Snow was everywhere. Hao's group of 3 entered the snow tundra with a faint layer of lightning around them. Surprisingly, when the snowflakes landed on the layer of lightning, the spot where the snowflakes landed would actually sink down. That damnable bastard. Hao was gnashing his teeth. This was already the 3rd time they had been played around with by Chen Feng. Moreover, only 3 remained out of their original team of 5. Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. Should we? The reason Chen Feng could be so unbridled now was due to the frozen sea's power. As long as they went further away from the shore and deeper into the snow tundra, there was simply no need for them to fear Chen Feng. They only needed to wait here. When Chen Feng arrived, idiot. The only surviving B-class genetic warrior said as his cold gaze landed on Lu Ming. Have you forgotten what place this is? Lu Ming was puzzled. Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill emerged. At this, Lu Ming came to himself. This was the frozen sea tundra. As he was too angered by Chen Feng, he had almost forgotten that this was a forbidden area. Even with his elder brother, who was an A-class genetic warrior, by his side, this was still an extremely dangerous place. For example, that terrifying life form they'd encountered at the frozen sea earlier. Similarly, would this snow tundra be an easy place to survive? Lu Ming gulped. Go. Now he did not feel like staying here a single minute more than necessary. It would be better for him to prioritize the completion of this mission and leave with the spirit seaward as soon as possible. Let's go. Hao led them as they continued forth. Currently, Chen Feng had just finished absorbing the badge of the genetic warrior that had been killed earlier. An extra 500 points of luck value were added to his pool. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Now I'm even falling in love with you guys. This is truly an organization filled to the brim with benefits. However, Chen Feng was clear that this was as far as he could go in this unbridled act of his. He had successfully killed that B-class genetic warrior due to a combination of multiple factors, such as the heavy injuries on the genetic warrior, his surprise attack, and the power of the frozen sea. However, moving forward, he could only rely on himself. Since Hao's group had penetrated deeper into the snow tundra, Chen Feng could not fall behind. Let's go. From the shore, they tried stepping onto the proper snow tundra region. However, at this instant, Chen Feng's sense of crisis flared. Abruptly, he stepped back. In front of him, a white silhouette flashed past. At this instant, the chill in the air intensified. Whoosh! The white silhouette landed. It was actually a snowy white rabbit. Thanks to its snowy white fur, one would almost miss this rabbit amidst all the snow here. From the small and exquisite frame of this rabbit, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate could be felt. That power was at the very least C-class. Turning into a white flash, the rabbit charged forth viciously. Whoosh! The white flash gleamed coldly. You are courting death. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Although he was merely at D-class, he was not someone anyone could bully. Bang! Unlimited wind blades were activated, powering the appearance of an energy equipment. With his 3,000 points of luck value, under the unlimited wind blades, a power equivalent to 10,000 points of luck value were unleashed. Coupled with the amplifier of 200% provided by his energy equipment. Bang! Light swirled around Chen Feng's body. His power increased, temporarily putting him into the realm of a C-class. Bang! With a single punch from Chen Feng, this rabbit was killed. Xiaoru cried out in fear. Chen Feng glanced at her. If you dare to say how could you kill such a cute rabbit, I will definitely dump you here and leave alone. Oh, no. Xiaoru pointed behind Chen Feng. There seems to be something there. What? Chen Feng turned around. Behind him, amidst the blanket of white, the ground trembled suddenly before it started growing in height. Chen Feng's pupils constricted as he looked at the clump of snow that was growing taller before. Ultimately, a huge beast appeared from beneath the ground. That was actually a 5-meter tall rabbit. Its strength was B-class. Bang! The huge rabbit leapt. Go! Dragging Xiaoru with him, Chen Feng retreated frantically. What joke was that? Even if this rabbit was not as powerful as Hao, its B-class strength, coupled with its huge size, was sufficient to plant fear in one's heart. Moreover, the rabbit's speed was quite high. Why did such a thing exist? Chen Feng was alarmed. He was aware that, as an unusual place, a mysterious power would be contained within this snow tundra. However, he had never expected that, just as he entered this place, he would be hunted by a crazy rabbit. Suddenly, an even more intense sense of crisis emerged from his heart. Immediately, Chen Feng stopped his steps. Bang! The ground before him started cracking. A 3-meter-long carrot was impaled deep into the ground. Thump, thump. Calmly, the rabbit approached. While the ground trembled, it stopped before Chen Feng and Xiaoru and looked at them with a toying expression, akin to the expression on a cat's face when it saw a mouse. This was a beast with wisdom. Chen Feng's heart chilled as he realized this. This was extremely terrifying. No wonder. This fellow here had felt the strength of Lahao and was quite afraid of him, so it had waited for Lahao to leave before moving against Chen Feng. Nowadays, even a rabbit knew to avoid the strong and bully the weak. Things were going to get troublesome. Chen Feng raised his head and stared at the rabbit in front of him. Red light flickered in the rabbit's eyes as a berserk-killing intent could be felt from its eyes. Those formidable life forms of the frozen sea would all be hidden within the depths of the sea. However, here at the snow tundra, the terrifying life forms that resided here would appear one after another, especially after sensing unfamiliar auras. It's getting dangerous. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. They were already quite far away from the frozen sea. Otherwise, he would definitely have sprayed this damnable rabbit to death with his water gun. Furthermore, if this rabbit here truly possessed wisdom, he probably wouldn't be able to accomplish much using the seawater anyway. What should he do, then? Chen Feng stared at his own body. The only thing he could rely on presently was this set of energy equipment. This was the strongest genetic ability he possessed presently, which had forcefully raised his power level to match a C-class warrior. However, that was all it could accomplish. This rabbit here was a B-class mutated beast. Meeting it head-on, that was simply akin to courting death. However, if he were to flee, Chen Feng's gaze darted around. With the majority of the energy in his energy equipment being wind attribute, his speed was comparatively fast. Regretfully, though, this rabbit seemed to be even better in regard to speed. Then, only one method was available to him. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. The energy equipment was not something that could only be used to form a durable energy armor for himself. It could be also used in a straightforward and rough manner as well. However, this was something that Chen Feng had always avoided using. Right at this moment, glang, with a loud sound, the rabbit easily pulled out that huge carrot from the ground. Bang! The ground trembled slightly while countless snowflakes splashed around. Now, Chen Feng's eyes shone. Go! Bang! His energy equipment started radiating. At this instant, the energy equipment on Chen Feng that was as powerful as a C-class warrior erupted. That's right. All the energy within his energy equipment had erupted together at this instant. A terrifying energy bloomed as all the power of the energy equipment was instantly unleashed, giving Chen Feng a short boost of power. Instantly, bang! Chen Feng and Xiaoru vanished, leaving afterimages behind. This speed was astonishingly terrifying. This was equivalent to an all-out eruption from a C-class warrior. Have we escaped? Chen Feng could sense the rabbit's aura disappearing. We escaped. Chen Feng's heart shivered. This place was truly too scary. However, before Chen Feng could even breath out in relief, an intense sense of crisis descended upon him. The direction of it. Abruptly, Chen Feng raised his head. In the sky, a huge rabbit was descending from the sky. The huge carrot in its hand was aimed straight at Chen Feng as a dazzling radiance was condensed at the tip of the carrot. Damn it! Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. This rabbit caught up. A bone-piercing chill descended as the huge silhouette above them seemed to shade them from the sky. A terrifying power descended, locked down onto Chen Feng and Xiaoru. At this moment, Xiaoru's high-pitched scream resounded. Somewhat uncomfortable by the high-pitched scream, Chen Feng covered his ears. As he was about to try activating his luck aura to see if there was anything it could accomplish, he was shocked to find that the tyrannical descending rabbit gradually slowed down until it finally stopped. Next, it started moving backward. Its speed started increasing until, finally, it was only a small dot in the sky. Dang! Chen Feng was stupefied. He looked at Xiaoru. What genetic ability do you have? Reversing gravity, Xiaoru said as she panted. Chen Feng. No wonder she was so full of vigor. This young lady had been quite useless during the trip, to the point that Chen Feng almost forgot that this lady here was a C-class genetic warrior. Let's leave quickly, Xiaoru said nervously. Reversing gravity won't be able to kill it. It will return soon. Chen Feng nodded. The both of them moved away rapidly. After a long time, that rabbit descended from the sky once again, a gloomy expression on its face. Evidently, It resented the fact that these prey had escaped from it. Its red nose sniffed the air to capture their smell. Just as it was prepared to once again chase after them, suddenly, it looked at the sea. There, more prey seemed to have appeared. Instantly, the rabbit became excited. At the snow tundra, Chen Feng and Xiaoru were already far away from their initial position. After their experience with that huge rabbit, they were now extremely cautious. Chen Feng did not dare to slack off at all and kept his luck aura, alarm completely activated at all times. Somewhere a distance away from them, an ant stepped on an elephant, killing it. Ah, that's right. With a dumbstruck expression, Chen Feng was witnessing this scene where an ant stepped on an elephant to kill it. Apparently, 20% of the life forms here had a powerful yet bizarre mutated ability, magnification. As for the remaining 80% of the life forms here, they were the food of the 20%. Hence, enormous rabbit, enormous ant, enormous mantis. This was an extremely dangerous place. Every single mutated beast here had an extreme growth in their strength. The weakest of them were at D class, while the most commonly seen beasts here were at C class. Those who were slightly more powerful than the rest were those at B class, like the rabbit earlier. They were all extremely terrifying. As for higher-ranked beasts, Chen Feng had yet to meet one of them. It was also his wish that he would not get the opportunity to meet one. Noiselessly, both of them traveled forth. Suddenly, his luck value reduced by 2 points. 1 point was exhausted when an unknown enemy was detected, and an extra 1 point was exhausted to lock onto the enemy. After the location of that enormous enemy was detected, Chen Feng easily avoided that place. This was a place that was actually much more dangerous than they had imagined. Chen Feng looked at Xiaoru. Do you regret this? This young lady's initial excitement was now nowhere to be seen. No. She shook her head firmly and said with a solemn tone, the more dangerous it is, the more I want to save him. This is my promise to him. This is also what my stubbornness deems necessary to do. Promise. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. That did not sound like some normal Fang Earl. Was it something this young lady had decided upon by herself, or had this Qin Hai fellow, with his fans? It was a topic worth further research. He definitely had to ask Qin Hai about this when they met. Chen Feng stopped his mind from working overtime as a busybody as he stared ahead. Snow was still everywhere, with unknown crisis hidden everywhere as well. This is the next location. Xiaoru took out another drawing. It was actually a guide map. It looked like one of those game maps for an online game he had played in his previous life. Here, Xiaoru had a stern expression. Traveling along the straight line here, we can reach that place faster. We will definitely arrive before the others. Chen Feng nodded. All right. Once again, they set off. At this unusual place, with the help of luck aura and the guidance of the map, they reached the depths of the snow tundra at an extremely fast speed. Surprisingly, House Group had also reached at the same time as well. They should possess some sort of scouting abilities as well, Chen Feng guessed. They concealed their bodies and noiselessly trailed House Group. Within this snow tundra, one's sense of awareness was reduced greatly. Hence, House Group did not notice them. They climbed up the snow mountain in front of them, and there they finally saw Qin Hai. Bang, bang, dazzling lightning coiled around. At the summit of the snow mountain, amidst the wind and snow, Qin Hai's snow-covered body could be seen. His body was being bombarded by gusts of terrifying power while, at the same time, a bizarre glow flickered without stop on his body as well. Every time that terrifying power descended upon him, his body would tremble slightly, akin to someone resisting an extremely powerful shock. At this instant, Xiaoru's eyes concentrated. Qin Hai, don't be in a rush. Chen Feng held her back. They had already been waiting all this while. It wouldn't hurt to wait a bit longer. What was important currently was to think of a way to deal with House Group. Or, perhaps, to think of a method to rescue Qin Hai right before all these experts here. Chen Feng's mind started working rapidly. How? Ming. With his brain working rapidly, he started analyzing their strength. Meeting them with force, that was simply impossible. Even Chen Feng and Xiaoru combined would not survive a single casual attack by Hao. Hence, only one method remained: stealing Qin Hai from them, to take Qin Hai away with the fastest speed they could muster before subsequently leaving this place. As long as they reached the frozen sea, the hunter and hunted might be reversed. That's feasible, Chen Feng thought. Despite the probability of that succeeding being very low, with his fully activated luck aura. Suddenly, Xiaoru said. He can't be moved. What? Chen Feng blanked. Xiaoru's gentle gaze landed on Qin Hai. Qin Hai is breaking through. He can't be moved. Can't be moved. Chen Feng followed her gaze and, with astonishment, noticed the flickering layer of light surrounding Qin Hai. He was currently in a breakthrough mode. What was there for him to break through? With all his potential exhausted, there was still something in his body to break through? Chen Feng was amazed. Perhaps he has truly found his own path. Wait. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled something. If Qin Hai wasn't in any danger and was instead breaking through here, all that Qin Hai rescue mission and drawing all that was simply here to bring him trouble? God knows. Without all that, it was very probable that Qin Hai would have been able to break through in peace. Even if this is a danger he took upon himself to break through, it doesn't mean that this is not a substantial danger. Xiaoru shook her head. Sister Xiao's analyses will never be wrong. Chen Feng shrugged. Fine. However, if Qin Hai couldn't be moved, things would truly be troublesome now. They could wait for him. However, the same did not apply for Hao's group. Indeed, they merely stared at him coldly before proceeding to walk toward him. Their target was the Spirit Sea Wood. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. They must be stopped. His target was also the Spirit Sea Wood. However, he had to rescue Qin Hai as well. Perhaps, Luck Aura. Chen Feng was about to activate his Luck Aura. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a feminine shout resounded as Lady Xiaoru charged forth toward them. Stop. Xiaoru blocked in front of Qin Hai. Xiaoru stood there with a lightning-filled sky as her backdrop. This was quite an astonishing scene. Lady Xiaoru. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Would this young lady be so stupid as to show herself just to die? Obviously not. If Chen Feng's guess was correct, it's you. Ming was pleasantly surprised. You both are actually brave enough to show yourself just to throw your life away? Interesting. A smile appeared on Hao's face. When they had been looking for Chen Feng previously, they hadn't been able to find him. Now, without even looking, Chen Feng was here. The sole surviving B-class warrior of the group was staring at them with a toying expression. This was not the frozen sea. Hence, Chen Feng could only die once he showed himself here. If you want to touch Qin Hai, you have to step over my corpse, Xiaoru said coldly. That frail-looking silhouette of hers appeared incomparably calm. Ming licked his dry lips. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful sister here. Ah! Xiaoru shook her head and looked at him. Pity in her eyes. Even now, you are still so stupid. Seems like you will be keeping the family's biggest idiot nickname forever. The expressions of Hao's group changed greatly. Who are you? The family? Biggest idiot? How had an outsider like her found out about this nickname? Zuo Xiaoru. Xiaoru said indifferently. It's you? Ming cried out in alarm. This was a name he was simply too familiar with. Even if he had never met her, this was still a name he would hear frequently in their organization. This was because this name was simply a legend among their generation. The record holder of the highest mission success rate in their organization. A world-shaking genius of the Zuo family, challenging those in B-class at the young age of 18, etc. All sorts of rumors surrounded her. With the frail body of a young lady, she had accomplished a lot of feats even those geniuses the organization had painstakingly nurtured couldn't accomplish, becoming a legend. Why had such a person appeared here? That is because, Zuo Xiaoru looked at the silhouette among the purgatory as a smile appeared on her face. I am his Fang Earl. At a certain location, a member of a certain organization had just returned to the base from his mission. When he opened the door, he was stunned by the stench of blood that assailed his nostrils. Blood was everywhere inside. What happened? He looked at that scene in alarm. Blood. Blood everywhere. In that huge base, not a single living person remained. All of them were dead. He hastily played the surveillance video. In the video, a young lady could be seen. Gracefully, she walked out the base. Behind her, light swirled around as the whole base seemed to crumble and the countless people within turned into a mist of blood. That person was Zuo Xiaoru. It's her. He slumped onto the ground powerlessly. If it was her, this was quite a possible feat. However, the reason she had done this was unknown. Pain plastered on his face. He contacted headquarters. The 931st base has perished. Core member Zuo Xiaoru is now a traitor. The overcast voice echoed in the empty base. The ground was bathed in blood, painting the base with a horrifying appearance. At the snow tundra, Fang Earl Ming's mouth twitched. You, an existence akin to a freak, is a Fang Earl of Qin Hai? Who are you kidding? Why? That B-class genetic warrior asked. Give me a good reason why you betrayed us. Reason? Xiao Xiaoru smiled. Is there a need for that? Reason? That guy's tone of voice was unprecedentedly solemn. From his body, Xiao Xiaoru could feel an intense pressure that she couldn't even feel from Lao. This guy. Previously, the Zhuo family had a marriage arrangement with the Qin family, Xiao Xiaoru said indifferently. That guy sighed. So that's the case. The Qin family was a family hovering at the edge of becoming an outer member of that mysterious organization. Due to the Dark Freak project and the Qin family's attitude, it was ultimately decided that they should be accepted into the mysterious organization. Arranged marriage would be the best way to get them on board. Hence, after a round of filtering, the Zhuo family was ultimately chosen for it. 3 years ago, the Qin family and Zhuo family officially arranged a marriage between them. As far as they were concerned, this was simply a command to be obeyed. However, for Zhuo Xiaoru, the only girl in the Zhuo family, for this girl who had been living her whole life amidst massacre and darkness, this was an extremely big deal. That was also the first time she started to truly pay attention to the things that were happening outside their organization. Ah, so that's Qin Hai? Ah, so this is what a celebrity producer looks like. Ah, he's so impressive, ha ha, so he is also a well-known figure of the other side. Ah, so, this is my future husband? A sprout of romance was thus planted in her heart. Thereupon, she started finding out more and more about Qin Hai. She also started paying attention to the affairs pertaining to Qin Hai, becoming a unique existence among the Fang Earls of Qin Hai. These 3 years were the happiest years of her life, as she had suddenly found meaning to her existence. Perhaps it was truly possible for her to become a wife, living an ordinary life. However, suddenly, everything seemed to disappear. The Qin family was no more. They lost their foundation. All her dreams seemed to collapse. Hence, she killed her way out of the organization. She wanted to rescue Qin Hai. She wanted to be by his side. The organization, their nurture, affection toward them, all these were non-existent. There were simply too many existences like her in the organization. They were nurtured like tools, being built in order to increase the organization's power. However, due to this, they did not have any sense of belonging to the organization. After all, they were merely tools of the organization. The organization did not need her. However, Qin Hai needed her. Hence, she was here. That's how simple it was. By her side, Chen Feng was stupefied. So this stupid lovesick girl here was Qin Hai's fiancée, and she was even a core member of the mysterious organization? This. How melodramatic. Sorry. Xiao Xiaoru smiled at Chen Feng. After all, if I had been honest, you might not have brought me along. Chen Feng, what nonsense was that? Who would be at ease bringing an assassin around? Moreover, even if Lu Ming was not taken into the consideration, there was still that B-class guy and the A-class Lao. These two were the most dangerous people here. Would Lady Xiaoru be able to deal with them? Who? Chen Feng exhaled deeply. He readied his luck aura, preparing to erupt at any moment. And now, finally, Lu Ming seemed to have realized what had happened. You betrayed the organization? He widened his eyes. Do you know what's going to happen to a person who has betrayed the organization? You, shut up. Lao interrupted him before looking at Xiao Xiaoru. If you are here for Qin Hai, fine. You can take Qin Hai away. Lu Ming was dumbstruck. Brother, taking him away? You are so easily scared. Aren't you an A-class expert? But, Xiao Xiaoru looked at the branch on Qin Hai's thigh. It seems like he is still using that thing. How about we wait until he finishes breaking through before I bring him away? Shua. Lao's eyes gleamed coldly. Don't push it. Breaking through and tempering himself in such an environment was something that Qin Hai couldn't accomplish with his strength alone. The only thing he could rely on was that spirit seawood. Every single improvement he gained would be equivalent to an exhaustion of a large portion of the spirit seawood's power, waiting for him to finish his breakthrough. By then, how much of the spirit seawood's power would remain? Since that's the case, I can only kill you all, Lao said coldly. Bang! Endless thunder started converging. Hum. Xiao Xiaoru's hands started radiating as she calmly said, under normal circumstances, I naturally wouldn't dare to exchange blows with you. However, the current you has yet to recover from the injuries you suffered when chased by the genetic union previously, right? Lai's expression was stern. Is this something Xiao told you? Finally, he figured out the reason behind Zhuo Xiaoru's highest mission success rate. It was due to that Xiao with those drawings. Before she even set off for the mission, she would have prepared thoroughly. This time, since Zhuo Xiaoru dared to bare her fangs before him, she ought to have prepared thoroughly as well. Since he was now greatly weakened compared to his peak, he had to face this with all he had. Little Ming, help me, Hao said with a deep tone. All right. Ming did not dare to joke around at this time. Bang! The lightning gleamed as both brothers joined hands. They worked extremely well together as their powers started complementing each other, increasing their combat power greatly. Kill. Ming's attack streaked forth. However, the moment his attack was unleashed, without him realizing it, his body started floating. The attack that was originally aimed straight at Zhuo Xiaoru completely missed. As for Hao, his body instantly felt like Mount Tai was crushing down on him, with the weight pushing him to the point his legs sunk into the ground. This was Zhuo Xiaoru's power. An extremely powerful secret art formed through 4 different genetic abilities: gravity control. Within her world, she could freely control gravity. Unregulated gravity, grinder, Zhuo Xiaoru said coldly. Bang! The expression of the brothers started warping. Tenfold gravity, reverse gravity. These were nothing compared to a totally irregular gravity. Only an irregular gravity would bring the highest amount of pain. One would never know the amount of pressure each part of their body or their organs was subjected to. Moreover, this gravity was changing without stop. Hao locked his gaze onto Zhuo Xiaoru. Although his power wasn't much, he was, after all, still in A class. Only a single opportunity was required. A single move would be sufficient for him to kill Zhuo Xiaoru. As long as his attack landed on Zhuo Xiaoru, he would be victorious. However, how would Zhuo Xiaoru give him this chance? Unregulated gravity, guard. Bang! A layer of incorporeal shield appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoru. By himself, Ming was unable to penetrate the shield. As for Hao, despite his attack being powerful enough to penetrate it, after it went through the layer of unregulated gravity that formed the shield, his attack's trajectory was skewed, missing Zhuo Xiaoru. They simply couldn't hit her. Is this all? Zhuo Xiaoru said. Bang! An extra layer of gravity emerged. Hao started vomiting blood, hatred apparent in his eyes. If his verbal compliance law was still available to him, he could definitely have killed Zhuo Xiaoru easily. A mere C-class, even if the C-class in question could skip classes to battle those of a higher rank, would still not be a match for him. But now, he had to rely on Ming to even have a chance of protecting his body. Ming's aura was gleaming unceasingly. The only thing he could do was counteract the pressure exerted on them by Zhuo Xiaoru's gravity. A large portion of it was counteracted. However, the remaining pressure that he did not manage to counteract was still sufficient to subject them to extreme displeasure. All the different organs in his body seemed to be stretching and compressing at a different intensity, causing him immense pain. The change of force exerted by the unregulated gravity was simply too rapid. He simply couldn't keep up with the changes. The saddest part about all this was the fact that he was a C-class just like her. However, he suddenly found that, in this battle, he was simply incapable of doing much. Bang! Bang! Zhuo Xiaoru had actually gained the advantage despite fighting alone against the two of them. Trash! By now, the B-class warrior beside them seemed impatient. A blue light flickered in his profound-looking eyes as he said, "Let's end this. We should stop wasting time." Shwa. He took a step forward, light swirling around him. However, outside of his expectations, just as he was about to make his move, a silhouette appeared before him. It was actually Chen Feng, the person he found insignificant. A mere D-class gene producer. He was quite surprised. "It's you, Chen Feng, a D-class genetic warrior that was capable of forcefully facing a C-class warrior due to his unique energy equipment." However, that was as far as he could go. Before a true B-class warrior, he simply stood no chance. Chen Feng had a solemn expression. "It's me." He was aware that he was not strong enough for this. However, at times like this, he could only put his life on the line. With the full eruption of his energy equipment, unlimited wind blades, Aurora gene reagent, and Luck Aura, all these trump cards of his would be able to drag this out, right? He only needed to last long enough for Zhuo Xiaoru's victory and it would be sufficient. "Are you thinking of dragging this out?" With a single look, That guy guessed Chen Feng's intentions. You are actually thinking of dragging it out when facing someone like me? How interesting. Chen Feng frowned. What did that mean? That guy waved calmly. Goodbye, with a gentle flicker. Shwa. The whole world before Chen Feng's eyes changed abruptly. Bang! The sky sunk and the ground crumbled. The whole world seemed to compress without limit. The vast whiteness in front of him reduced until, ultimately, it turned into multiple stairways. Illusions? Chen Feng's heart leapt. He seemed to have arrived in a tunnel made of stairways. Under his feet, only those ice-cold grey stairs existed. 2 flights of stairs were side by side, one leading upward while the other led downward. At the 2 sides were pitch-black walls. A weird environment. Chen Feng tried touching the wall, and it felt odd on his hand. The only path available to him was these stairs. What illusion was this? Chen Feng was curious. He tried breaking out of the illusion with his spiritual energy. However, it was ineffective. Ineffective? Suddenly, he remembered his luck aura. Luck aura possessed a mystical ability to convert the data in the real world into a matter of probability. As such, it would be able to give him answers on matters where his judgment was required. Is this an illusion? Feedback received. No. Looking at the 1 point of luck value that was consumed, Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. So this was not an illusion? This bizarre environment did not seem to be a digitized world either. What place was this? Shwa. He tried attacking the wall. It was ineffective. From these walls, a power only possessed by those in A class could be felt. Such a defense was something even an A-class warrior might have trouble against. What place is this? Chen Feng was shocked. Is this some sort of cage for imprisonment? The Black House one? Finally, Chen Feng's expression started changing. Even if he had to face a B-class warrior head-on, he would be fearless. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would still be able to slow the opponent down for a few seconds. However, this kind of ability that was odd and bizarre was what he feared most. Now, he had encountered one. He looked left and right, only endless darkness could be seen. In front of him, only the stairs could be seen. If this is not an illusion, Chen Feng deduced that this should be a mystical space. Hence, the ability of that B-class genetic warrior should be space-related. If this was a space created by that warrior, an entrance and exit had to exist. I will know after walking around. Chen Feng had an unyielding expression. Shwa. He started walking along the stairs. Since this was not an illusion, there was no worry that he would take a wrong step and fall to his death. Everything his eyes could see would be solid things that actually existed. He started walking down the stairs. However, the stairs seemed endless. After several minutes of non-stop walking, there was no sign of the stairs ending. Chen Feng was confused. One had to know that space creation was a feat that required a supply of energy. The larger the created space was, an amount of energy countless times greater than the one locked within needed to be created. As for that B-class, it was obvious that this was not something he could accomplish. Something feels weird. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Continue. Once again, he walked down the stairs for 10 minutes. When he raised his head, what welcomed his sight was still the endless stairs. Have I been walking the wrong direction? Chen Feng frowned. Would things improve if he continued down? That did not seem possible. This was an independently built space. Hence, that person would definitely not place Chen Feng near the entrance. Otherwise, Chen Feng could have easily left after walking several steps. As Chen Feng recalled the confident expression on that person's face, he was sure that there had to be a trick somewhere. What's the trick? Chen Feng walked up the stairs. After 10 minutes, he finally stopped. Space creation? Energy exhaustion? Nope. This was simply an endless space. He had walked at least several hundred steps of stairs, yet the end was nowhere to be seen. He was certain that if he were to continue on, the result would be the same. Such a space was something that did not exist in the real world. Only in illusions would it be possible for such a space to exist. However, this was obviously not an illusion either. What's the trick? Chen Feng muttered. Suddenly, he took out a bottle of spirit recovery reagent and placed it on the ground. Next, he rushed up the stairs. Just as he climbed up, he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. That bottle of gene reagent he placed on the ground was right above him, on the same position. Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Feng realized the crux of the issue. Regardless of how many steps he walked, he would still be stuck on the same floor. This was actually an unending escalator. Illusion? Nope. This was not an illusion. Penrose Stairs? Chen Feng was shaken. The Penrose Stairs, or Penrose Steps, also dubbed the Impossible Staircase, was an impossible object created by Lionel Penrose and his son Roger Penrose. A variation on the Penrose triangle, it was a two-dimensional depiction of a staircase in which the stairs made 490-degree turns as they ascended or descended and yet formed a continuous loop, such that a person could climb them forever and never get any higher. In other words, this was an endless staircase. Theoretically, it was impossible for such a thing to appear in a three-dimensional world. But now, this concept that was impossible in his previous world had appeared in this world. Chen Feng had obviously been walking upward without stop, yet he was caught in an endless loop. This was an unsolvable loop. This was a predicament. This was a prison. "It's getting troublesome," Chen Feng muttered. Loop. Chen Feng was certain that this was an independent space. His opponent had first created an independent space before creating an endless loop in this space, making locating the entrance and exit an impossible feat. Wait. Chen Feng collected his thoughts. Endless loop. Creating an endless loop with the power of space. Warping space. Phasing through space. Impossible. This was simply not a power possessed by a B-class. Based on Chen Feng's understandings, only a top-notch A-class Grandmaster of Space whose genetic abilities were comprised purely of space-related abilities, who at the same time was also a person who had spent all his time on space research, would be able to have a chance at warping or phasing through space. An ability like this was extremely rare even among A-class warriors. As for B-class, it was simply impossible. Moreover, if he only needed to casually create a space before setting an endless loop in it, why was there a need to use the Penrose stairs method? He could simply create a circle or a corridor or a jail cell. That would be sufficient. What was the point of taking this approach? The answer was simple. Due to the rules of space, all these were obviously feats he couldn't accomplish. Chen Feng did not possess too deep an understanding toward the power of space. However, he was still aware of the common knowledge pertaining to space. For example, if one wanted to create a space, an entrance and exit were required. Even if an independent space akin to a heaven was created, an entrance and exit would be required. Granted, a lot of people used the same point as both the entrance and exit. However, at this place, no entrance or exit could be found. Only the endless stairs were available. Was that possible? That was simply impossible to be true. Hence, where were the entrance and exit? Chen Feng looked at the stairs above and below him. He was sure that the entrance and exit would be at either the lowest or highest point of the stairs, regardless of which side it was. As long as he reached the end of the stairs, he would be able to leave this place. This was also the reason that such a profound set of endless stairs was placed here. It was put in place to stop the prisoners from locating the entrance and exit. Hence, he only needed to reach the end. Chen Feng tried. However, regardless of where he went, the gene reagent was still waiting for him. He was still walking on the same spot. "I'm still at the same spot." Suddenly, he smiled. Endless loop. Penrose stairs. What a joke. Since both the exit and entrance existed yet he was still at the same spot, only one possibility remained. His opponent had used some genetic ability to give him an impression that he was actually moving. Coincidentally, Chen Feng knew of one such ability. On the same level, two flights of stairs heading toward different directions could be seen. One was heading upward while one was heading downward. Forming an endless loop, it ensured that after every flight of stairs Chen Feng climbed, the same bottle of gene reagent would welcome him. Illusion? That was not possible. If this was truly an illusion, the mere act of spiritual energy eruption would have been sufficient to damage it, because an illusion by itself was something constructed with spiritual energy. Hence, this was not an illusion. All the things here were solid things that truly existed yet didn't give such an impression. Chen Feng started thinking. If he possessed space-related abilities as well, would it be feasible for him to produce the same Penrose stairs? It was quite feasible. B-class, C-class, D-class, E-class, and F-class, a total of 5 genetic abilities. Apart from one space-related ability, one could still possess 4 other types of genetic abilities. Space creation, space structuring, and space construction would require a secret art formed through at least 3 types of genetic abilities. In other words, 2 more genetic abilities were required to build the Penrose stairs. As long as these 2 genetic abilities were capable of creating an endless loop, it would be sufficient. In fact, such abilities truly existed. For example, mirror image. A majority of endless loops were created using abilities that worked like the concept of mirrors. Even if the built path were something one couldn't walk on, What if mirrors were used to give an illusion of actual movement? For example, the stairways before him. On this level, 2 flights of stairs were available. What if one of them was an actual flight of stairs while the other flight of stairs was forged using mirror image related abilities to give one an illusion that it was an actual path that led somewhere else, when in truth, it led back to the same place? This would become an endless flight of stairs. If he were to climb the first flight the stairs, the next flight of stairs would be an imitated flight of stairs formed by the mirror image ability that led him back to the same position. This was a mirror imitation, using the mirror-related ability to create a flight of stairs that looked the same, yet every aspect of it, such as gravity or vision, were opposite of the actual flight of stairs. That was the reason he had not noticed any abnormalities when traveling on the stairs. He had no idea how that guy had done this or what the genetic abilities used were, but it was very probable his deductions were correct. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Let me give it a try. Shwa. He stepped forth. If his guess was correct, he now stood at the middle of the 2 flights of stairs. Since he had already guessed how this worked, it would be much easier to deal with this. He stretched his hand out. The mirror image ability could not be seen nor felt. However, the only thing that felt different was the temperature. Shwa. An endless cold aura was released from Chen Feng's hand. Unlimited wind blades erupted. Ka before him. At the spot that was supposed to be empty, a layer of frost appeared. It appeared. Chen Feng stirred. He was indeed correct. Then, time to end this. Bang! Chen Feng shook his hand, shattering the layer of frost. Instantly, the endless loop stopped. Chen Feng climbed up the stairs. There, a faint white radiance was shimmering. That was the exit to the real world. In an independent space like this, the flow of time was obviously different. Chen Feng was certain that in the real world, not long had passed. Currently, at the summit of the snow mountain, Zhuo Xiaoru was looking at that B-class genetic warrior with an inconceivable expression. Who are you? Chen Feng had disappeared. She had noticed Chen Feng making his move earlier. With his strength, he would be able to last at least several seconds against his opponent. These several seconds would be sufficient for her victory. However, Chen Feng had actually disappeared instantly. Such strength. Me? That person smiled. The others nicknamed me Scholar. It's you. Zhuo Xiaoru's expression changed greatly. Scholar. An extremely terrifying person from the organization. He was only in B class, yet nobody dared to look down on him. His formidable space control abilities and his self-created space secret art was sufficient to cause others to tremble in fear. This was an extremely scary enemy. So far, the enemies that had been banished away by him had never successfully returned. Chen Feng. Zhuo Xiaoru's heart chilled. She had probably brought disaster to Chen Feng this time. Sorry, she sighed. It seemed like she couldn't continue this battle anymore. She could still deal with the brothers with some difficulty. However, if Scholar joined hands with them, she had zero confidence in her victory. She glanced at the Qin Hai that was still in the midst of breakthrough. Seemed like she could only do what Chen Feng had said to earlier. Take Qin Hai away forcefully. However, if she did that, the sliver of help for breakthrough that Qin Hai had painstakingly sought after would be lost. Zhuo Xiaoru clenched her teeth. Forget it. At this moment, Scholar's cold gaze was locked onto her. A formidable power of space was bubbling up around him. He was about to make his move. Escape. Zhuo Xiaoru charged toward Qin Hai. Reverse gravity. With her speed increased, she reached Qin Hai instantly. However, just as she was about to grab onto Qin Hai, a terrifying power bloomed in front of her. Hao had charged forth to obstruct her. Hao laughed malevolently. Planning to leave just like that? Bang! A formidable power swirled around his body. Bang! Bang! With 2 punches, Zhuo Xiaoru was pushed back. Hao sneered. Even if I don't have much of my strength left, I can still stop you. Ah! A smile appeared on Scholar's face as his power of space locked onto Zhuo Xiaoru. Goodbye, then. A formidable power bloomed. However, right at this moment, space cracked and a silhouette appeared out of it. That silhouette was in front of Zhuo Xiaoru, seemingly taking on Scholar's attack for her. However, it vanished without a trace the next instant. Instead of vanishing like she was supposed to, Zhuo Xiaoru remained in the same spot. Scholar blanked. What happened? he could vaguely see a phantom appearing out of nowhere to block his attack on Zhuo Xiaoru. Scholar frowned. A body substitution ability? It was rumored that such a secret art indeed existed. It was able to take on a single fatal attack on behalf of the user. However, it was an ability that could only be used once in a certain short duration of time. Let me attack one more time, then. Shwa. Once again, Scholar made his move. However, at this instant, bang, the space cracked, and once again, that silhouette blocked in front of Zhuo Xiaoru to take on the attack. Shwa. The silhouette vanished. Zhuo Xiaoru was still safe and sound. Question mark. Scholar was dumbstruck. What was going on? How could a body substituting ability be used twice in a row? Perhaps Zhuo Xiaoru possessed some sort of power on her that could block his space secret art? Shwa. Once again, Scholar attacked. However, the silhouette flickered in and out of existence without stop. Every single time he attacked, that silhouette would appear. This seemingly undefeated secret art of Scholar's was now rendered ineffective. How was this possible? Scholar did not dare to believe this. What kind of freak was this Zhuo Xiaoru to be immune to his attack? This was the strongest secret art he had. I refuse to believe this. Scholar howled. He had never encountered such a situation. Even those A-class super experts would be trapped by his ability. Granted, they would be able to break out with brute force the next instant, however, they would still be momentarily trapped. As for Zhuo Xiaoru, she was completely immune. How could this be? Shwa. He attacked once again. However, his expression changed greatly as he attempted to attack. That was because he had alarmingly found that all his energy was exhausted. The remaining energy he had was not sufficient to support an activation of his secret art. How could this be? Scholar collapsed. Not a single attack of his had succeeded. Theoretically, an attack that failed to launch should not be consuming his energy. This was a space secret art. Only when his opponent was thrown into the created space would the space and endless loop be constructed. If he did not even complete the act of throwing his opponent into the space, why had his energy been exhausted? At the same time, bang, the space cracked. Once again, that silhouette appeared. This time, Scholar finally got a good look at the silhouette and cried out in alarm. It's you? That silhouette was Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared at him with a ridiculous expression. Of course it's me. Go damn it. The moment I came out, you throw me in again. Every single time I came out, you throw me back in there. This is too excessive, bro. Even if I had indeed broken out of your 5-star secret art, you don't need to hate me so much, right? Throwing me into that space repeatedly is quite pointless, right? Since I can break out of it once, the subsequent times are even easier to me. Aren't you worried that your energy will be exhausted if you keep spamming the skill on me? Evidently, Chen Feng was extremely displeased. Scholar was dumbstruck. How was I supposed to know it was you? Not a trace of calm remained on his face. What kind of person was this? So the undefeated 5-star secret art of his was broken by a D-class genetic warrior who was also a producer with weak combat power. Repeatedly? Crazy. The world had gone crazy. Scholar collapsed emotionally. When had producers become so powerful? Bang. Unregulated gravity. Taking the opportunity, Zhuo Xiaoru instantly erupted. The brothers and Scholar was immediately sunk into a disadvantageous position. Since they did not have much energy remaining, they couldn't even move. Instead, they could only suffer under the irregular gravity force exerted onto them. Let's end this. The terrifying power of gravity descended upon them. Bang! A loud explosion. However, unexpectedly, a powerful and terrifying power, at this instant, suddenly erupted to block Zhuo Xiaoru's attack, erasing the irregular gravity applied on them in the process. Bang, bang. The terrifying power bloomed while an astonishing power surged. Shwa. The calm silhouette of Lahao appeared as he walked out one step at a time. From his hand, an empty gene reagent bottle was tossed away. A small label could be seen on it. Origin Restoration Liquid. Class A. Function: restores the user's power to the peak condition the user was once at during the past 1 month. Duration: 120 seconds. Effect: after the active duration, the user's power will drop to the weakest condition the user was once at during the past 1 month. Shwa. Lahao walked forth. The terrifying pressure belonging to an A-class bloomed. Idiotic kids. Did you all truly believe that I would come to such a dangerous place with this injured body without any sort of preparations? This is what you forced me to do. Initially, I didn't wish to use this, Hao's cold voice echoed. Not good. Chen Feng and Zhuo Xiaoru's expressions changed greatly. Hao had recovered a class. All those abilities such as unregulated gravity or the space secret art were simply a joke in front of an A-class Hao. They were simply in a different league. The only thing they had been relying on previously was Hao's serious injuries that were limiting him from unleashing his true power, but now, when he erupted with his true power, Luck Aura, activate. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng unleashed all his power. Seek a lifeline. Chen Feng urged inwardly. Shwa. Luck Aura's feedback. A large-scale altering of reality will be required. Unable to estimate luck value consumption. Use them all. Then Chen Feng did not hesitate. Shwa. Luck Aura erupted at full power. Altering reality had always been something Chen Feng did not dare to do due to the huge consumption of luck value. Even getting 3 pineapples out of a slot machine required 5 points of luck value. Even when he altered reality with the help of Spirit Seawood previously, 10 points of luck value had still been exhausted. This time, with 1000 points of luck value, he needed to alter reality so that they could be saved from their current predicament. Would it be sufficient? He had no idea. Shwa. Instantly, his luck value was exhausted. A bizarre power seemed to disperse around him. However, nothing seemed to happen. The Hao in front of him was still there, surrounded by a powerful torrent of energy, akin to a demonic god. Bang, bang. 2 A-class attacks shot forth. Zhuo Xiaoru and Chen Feng were both flung away. They suffered serious injuries from that one attack. This was simply a confrontation between those in different leagues. No secret art was required. A mere normal A-class attack was something Chen Feng and Zhuo Xiaoru couldn't handle. Shwa. Once again, Hao raised his hand. Sorry, Zhuo Xiaoru said to Chen Feng. She initially believed that she would be able to rescue Qin Hai. However, not only had she failed to save Qin Hai, she had implicated Chen Feng in the process as well. This is still not the time for you to be sorry. Ah? Zhuo Xiaoru blanked. They were going to die the next moment, yet this was still not the time. Bang! The powerful attack of Hao's descended upon them. Chen Feng ignored the attack and paid close attention to his surroundings. Luck Aura would definitely work, right? Even if a large-scale altering of reality was required, even if they were in such an impasse, however, 1000 luck value had been exhausted. It should display some effect, right? Even if only a sliver of lifeline was given to them. Show yourself. Hope. Chen Feng roared inwardly. It was at this instant that, suddenly, a bizarre wave of light started glinting. From the other side of the Snow Mountain's summit, where they couldn't see, it started rushing toward them. Shwa. It happened instantly. The light wave swept past them. At that, all the energy around them was instantly extinguished. That terrifying attack from Hao that was nearing Chen Feng and Zhuo Xiaoru was erased. That light wave actually possessed the power to erase all energy. Shwa, shwa. The light wave washed over them without stop. Apart from the energy that was out in the air, all other energy was erased as well. Chen Feng's wind blades, Zhuo Xiaoru's gravity, Scholar's space. Everything became non-existent. At this moment, they all turned into ordinary people. What happened? Hao was alarmed. He was an A-class genetic warrior. He was currently at his peak condition. What damnable power was this for it to transform him into an ordinary person directly? For him to be defenseless against it? That was impossible. How could such a power exist in this world? This is impossible. Hao howled. At the same time, distantly, fanatical cheers could be heard. We succeeded. Ha ha. Finally, he succeeded. Our long family will rise in power. Fanatical voices filled with excitement could be heard. They raised their heads. From the other side of the Snow Mountain's summit, along with the steady sound of footsteps, those silhouettes approached and finally appeared in their field of vision. Shwa, shwa. A group of people in black robes appeared in an orderly fashion. Their expressions were solemn and respectful, while from their gaze, excitement and surging emotions could be seen. They were those from the Long family. Leading them was Long. The most surprising sight was the fact that on the shoulders of these black-robed people was an enormous skull. Several dens of them were required to carry a single skull. A terrifying light was radiating out of the skull. It appeared that the mysterious energy-erasing power that appeared earlier had originated from this skull. Shwa, shwa. The black-robed men marched forth in an orderly fashion. Their silhouettes became somewhat illusionary, seemingly blending into their black robes, a gush of formidable yet mysterious power bubbling up within their body. "Who are you?" Hao asked with an unsightly expression. "Bloodlines of the Long family," Long replied coldly. descendants of the dragon. Dragon, abruptly, Hao's gaze landed on the skull. That shape, that huge skull greatly resembled the dragon from the legends. This is the bloodline of the dragon. Long appeared fanatical. Ha ha ha. Even if only a sliver of it is left, as long as we successfully extract it out, our Long family will rise. We will certainly become the strongest family. Ha 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 ha. Long laughed crazily. They could clearly feel the increase in their strength. After awakening the power concealed within the skull, this place was now their home ground. As for Hao, Chen Feng, they couldn't be bothered with these people. The last portion of the dragon's bone. They had been following the trail that had ultimately led them to Qinhai. It's here, Long said with a deep tone. The final portion of the skull was beneath Qinhai. Retrieve it. Long barked coldly. Yes. Several black-robed people walked out. Hao's gaze was cold. You dare? Since when did a bunch of C-class warriors start having the guts to be so unbridled before him? How was it possible for him to allow them to take Qinhai away in front of him? I'm not interested in dealing with you now. Long looked at him. I know you are strong. However, without any energy, you are akin to trash. Hao laughed. Trash. Ha ha ha. Trash. Ha ha ha. Even without energy. Even if I were to use only my physical flesh, the power of an A-class warrior is not something weaklings like you can understand. Bang! The power of his body surged. You want to fight? Come. Hao was raging. He'd had enough of being insulted by these weaklings. Forget about Chen Feng. Even this Long guy here was doing the same thing. One look was enough to know that these were simply brainwashed cult members. How could an A-class genetic warrior like him swallow this insult? Bang! He punched out. Was the physical body of an A-class warrior powerful? It was. At the very least, it was much more powerful compared to a B-class warrior. This was especially true for Hao. Being a member of the mysterious organization, the power of his physical body had also undergone an enhancement previously. However, idiot, Long merely looked at him coldly. Competing in physical body against us from the Long family? Howl. With a loud howl, two black-robed men charged forth and blocked the path in front. Long Glang. Hao felt like he had punched something akin to an iron bastion. How is that possible? Hao's expression changed greatly. When he wanted to withdraw his hand, he found that he couldn't move his hand. With a kick by Long, Hao fell on the ground. Next, Long stepped on him. Long sneered. A class? Hee hee. The two black-robed men took off their robes to expose the firm flesh beneath. At this moment, that flesh filled with a sense of explosiveness bloomed with a terrifying radiance. Long family's bloodline. Class, peak C-class. Strength, 10,000 points. Physique, 10,000 points. Genetic ability, a full flush of body-enhancing abilities. This was the terrifying aspect of the Long family. All their genetic abilities were body-related. The pure power their flesh could unleash was astonishingly dreadful. At this place where all sorts of energy were blocked, they were simply undefeated. Go. Finally, Hao smartened up and decided that it was simply too stupid to fight these people here. He should take the opportunity to escape while the duration for his peak condition was still active. Scram! Hao bellowed. Bang! He unleashed all the power within his body. The power that erupted from him was immediately erased by the skull. However, that instantaneous eruption was sufficient for him to break free from those of the Long family right before his power was erased. Shwa! With a flicker, he dragged Ming and Scholar and left hastily. This was not somewhere they could stay. However, before leaving, he gave that place a deep gaze. Chen Feng, Long Zuo Xiaoru. He would definitely avenge the humiliation he'd received here. An A-class expert like him had to first flee Chen Feng before being beaten up by Zuo Xiaoru. Next, when he'd finally recovered to his peak condition, he'd been stepped on by that Long family. He would etch this humiliation into his mind. I shall have my revenge. His silhouette vanished. Hao had fled. Next, the cold gazes of those from the Long family landed on Chen Feng and Zuo Xiaoru. We are leaving soon. Without a change in expression, Chen Feng dragged Zuo Xiaoru as he retreated. Long's eyes gleamed coldly. Chen Feng, he still remembered his grudge from the previous incident, where he'd lost an arm. However, he was clear on his current role as a representative of the Long family. Presently, they had a different priority. They should first extract the dragon's blood before looking for Chen Feng to settle their score. He shifted his gaze toward the summit of the snow mountain. There, That youth was seated cross-legged with countless lightning bombarding him. He seemed to be making use of this lightning to temper his body and break through his limit. The dragon's bone beneath him is attracting the lightning. Long was certain he is thinking of using this method to absorb the dragon's power. How ridiculous. He is actually thinking of stealing the power belonging to our bloodline. Kill him. Howl. Several black-robed people charged toward the rain of lightning. Bang, bang. Several terrifying bolts of lightning descended on them. Their bodies trembled from the bombardment. However, they were able to quickly stabilize their body. Step by step, they resolutely walked toward Qin Hai. Finally, their hands landed on Qin Hai. Shwa. Qin Hai trembled lightly. Die. They increased their force. Chen Feng's heart chilled. Something is going to happen. 1,000 points of luck value were only sufficient to chase Lu Hao away and save him and Zhuo Xiaoru from their impending death. However, it was not sufficient to do anything to help the Qin Hai that was currently amidst the lightning. However, at this moment, with a flickering shimmer, a terrifying power sword. Those black-robed people who possessed terrifying physical body were immediately flung away. Bang, bang, bang. Loudly, they landed on the ground, like 3 sandbags. What? Long was alarmed. The eyes of Chen Feng and Zhuo Xiaoru shone. Amidst the lightning, that silhouette that had remained seated all this while had finally stood up. From that ordinary-looking body, a power that caused one's heart to palpitate could be felt. That was Qin Hai. That power they felt was the pure and unadulterated power of a physical body. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Qin Hai is finally awake. Shwa. Accompanied by resplendent radiance, Qin Hai's eyes slowly opened. His sharp gaze swept through the group of black-robed people before stopping at Zhuo Xiaoru. Zhuo Xiaoru's emotions surged. Qin Hai. He woke up. Qin Hai has awakened at the crucial moment. Everything was worth it. Qin Hai. Zhuo Xiaoru looked at this person that had captivated her soul. However, Qin Hai's calm gaze merely swept past her before landing on Chen Feng by her side. Qin Hai nodded. Thanks. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. You are too polite. It was good that Qin Hai had finally awakened. Ah? Zhuo Xiaoru was somewhat stupefied. Finally, she recalled a very scary fact. Qin Hai did not know her. Regardless of how heavy an emphasis she placed on Qin Hai, regardless of the fact that she had been accustomed to treating Qin Hai as her goal, the fact remained that Qin Hai did not know her. At most, he would have only heard of her name. That was all. This was a crucial point that she had nearly forgotten. At this thought, a bitter feeling surfaced in her heart. However, as long as he remains alive, destroy him, Long said coldly. Wanting to leave after absorbing the dragon's power? Naive. We need to bring the complete dragon's skull back. Since he has absorbed its power, just take him back with us, Long ordered coldly. Roger. Once again, the black-robed men moved. Bang! The enormous dragon's skull was temporarily placed on the ground. Once again, they moved against Qin Hai. However, the astonishing strength displayed by Qin Hai, that pure and unadulterated power of his physical body, shocked them. Bang! Bang! Gold radiance bubbled around Qin Hai, giving him an appearance akin to a deity. Those black-robed men with the dragon's bloodline coursing in their veins and all sorts of genetic abilities were still not a match for Qin Hai. A single punch of his smashed them away. Long's pupils constricted. How is that possible? He was very clear on the strength of those from his family. They were all peak C class. Moreover, presently, this was a place where genetic abilities were non-existent. The most powerful aspect of these black-clothed men was not their strength or physique attributes. Rather, it was the formidable physical body they had by virtue of their dragon bloodline, that, coupled with those passive abilities that were not subjected to any restrictions, was what made them so powerful. For example, increasing their physical strength by 20%. These passive genetic abilities had long fused with their physical body, hence, these abilities would not be restricted by any abilities. With pure physical body alone, they were already incomparably formidable. No one was capable of contending against them. This was the definition of a Long family member. This was what these black-robed men were. However, this youth before them, bang! Another black-robed man was flung away. A single punch. The power bubbling around that youth's body was astonishingly dreadful. Such strength. Long fixed his gaze on Qin Hai. Was this the power of the dragon's bone? He had to obtain this. Let me do it. Long shouted. Bang! A seemingly boundless power bloomed. Veins surfaced all over his body as the terrifying physical body of the Long family erupted. Instantly, His speed increased to the limit as a resolute punch was launched at Qin Hai. HMPH. Qin Hai snorted. Bang! He met Long's fist with his own. At this instant, a terrifying power blossomed from the collision. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Long was flung away. He was actually not a match against Qin Hai. Your strength. Long rubbed his fractured fist. Finally, his expression changed. He was finally made aware of the reason this youth was so formidable. He had actually absorbed the power contained within the dragon's skull, a power capable of erasing all other abilities. Erase, a genetic ability contained within that dragon's skull. This was the thing that had given them courage against Liu Hao, the thing that had driven Liu Hao away. This was also the thing that gave them their current strength. However, even the erase ability was with limitations. The intensity of the restriction it was able to place on abilities was limited in nature. Moreover, only genetic abilities that had actually been released could be restricted. For example, Liu Hao's previous eruption. It had failed to erase it the same instant it had appeared. As such, even though Liu Hao's power had been restricted, he had still been able to flee after the momentary eruption. This youth before them had obviously absorbed this erasing ability of the dragon's skull. Moreover, he had reached a point where the unreleased power contained within one's body was able to be erased as well. That bubbling gold radiance swirling around him was the terrifying power of the erase ability. With a single punch of his, that gold radiance would start erasing all the power within the target, physical and energy included. Next, the terrifying power of his punch would invade and start destroying the target's body. Erase. Instead of being alarmed, Long was overjoyed. If this youth here could absorb that ability, did that not mean that it would be the same for them? He started picturing the scene where everyone in the Long family that all possessed terrifying physical bodies obtained this erase ability. This ability granted by the bloodline, who would be their match. At that time, the Long family would truly rise. Long licked his dry lips. We must definitely obtain this power. Seize him. Don't hold back. Long barked his orders. An overcast roar resounded. Roger. What are they doing? Zhuo Xiaoru was alarmed. In the battle between physical bodies, both she and Chen Feng could not help. Initially, they had enjoyed the spectacle where Qin Hai crushed all opposition. Now, though, she had an ominous feeling. These black-robed men were giving off a bizarre feeling. I don't know, Chen Feng answered with a somber tone. He had a bad feeling as well. However, now that his luck values had been exhausted, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was hope that the recently broken through Qin Hai, the Qin Hai that had just found his own path, would be stronger. Bang, bang. Qin Hai rained his punches upon them. Almost all of the black-robed men were smashed away. However, howl. With the sound of an overcast roar, those heavily injured black-robed men that were sprawled on the ground started standing up. With a flicker of black radiance, an intense power started radiating from their bodies. Their heavily injured bodies started healing rapidly, and their strength seemed to have increased as well. A protrusion started appearing on both sides of their heads. Soon, the two protruding points of flesh started condensing as they transformed into flesh-formed horns. At the same time, a pair of flesh-formed wings unfolded behind each of them. All the black-robed men, in an instant, had transformed into a peculiar life form that was seemingly human yet not human. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Humanoid dragons? No, Long answered. This is the power of the dragon's bloodline. Bang! Once again, the black-robed men flashed forth as they made their move. Regardless of their agility, strength, or physique, all were greatly increased. As they moved, after-images were left behind. The power they were displaying was astonishingly dreadful. Bang, bang. The Qin Hai that had appeared unrivaled earlier had now sunk into a disadvantaged position. Zhuo Xiaoru's expression changed. Not good. Qin Hai is in danger. Even if Qin Hai was sufficiently powerful with his newly gained power, against such a large amount of humanoid dragons, he would not be their match. This was especially true when Long was added into the equation. There were simply too many of them. Unregulated gravity. She tried to use her ability. However, it did not work. Before that huge skull, all genetic abilities were rendered ineffective. She looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, let me think. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He could not do anything much either. His abilities were restricted, his luck values were exhausted, and his physical body was not strong enough. If he joined the battle, he probably wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. However, Chen Feng's gaze landed on the spirit seaward on the ground. After Qin Hai's breakthrough, that thing had been left on the ground. That would be their chance. Chen Feng charged forth and grabbed the spirits. He would kill him, Long ordered. If Chen Feng and Zhuo Xiaoru were to stand far away to watch the battle, he wouldn't have been bothered. They were simply too lazy to even waste their time to go over there to kill those two. However, since Chen Feng dared to come over by himself, he was simply courting death. There was also that branch there. He had not originally cared about this branch. However, the A-class expert seemed to have been here for it. Even Chen Feng was aiming for it. He was not an idiot. He knew that there was something about this thing here. Perhaps this thing might be related to Qin Hai's act of absorbing the Dragon Skull's power. Hence, he would not allow Chen Feng to take this thing away. Bang! A black-robed man charged toward Chen Feng with his powerful physical body. His silhouette streaked past the air, akin to a whistling giant, as he smashed toward Chen Feng at a lightning speed. Chen Feng was unable to dodge it. At this time, scram! Qin Hai screamed. With a flicker of gold, his silhouette streaked over and smashed that black-robed man away. Blood splattered. A bloody scar was left on his back by the opponent he had initially been facing. Qin Hai looked at Chen Feng. Have you gone crazy? At times like this, instead of escaping with that young lady, what was he doing here? How can I surpass you without being crazy? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's mouth. Guard me for a minute. After that, you can leave the rest to me. Initially, he'd intended to flee after grabbing the spirits he would. However, since even Long had noticed it, he might as well absorb it here. Qin Hai stared into Chen Feng's eyes. Fine, Qin Hai answered. He believed that, since Chen Feng had given him a guarantee, Chen Feng definitely had his methods of getting out of this. Bang! Gold radiance bubbled as he guarded in front of Chen Feng. The black-robed men charged forth, yet they all failed to get past him. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Light swirled around. Once again, a power familiar to him surged. That was the power belonging to the spirits he would. The mysterious power of luck value. Bang! Space and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Luck aura was activated fully and it started absorbing the luck value within the spirits he would. Once again, that surging and mysterious power overflowed out of Chen Feng. Light swirled in front of his eyes and Chen Feng once again entered that mysterious yet hazy state of mind. Chen Feng was overwhelmed by emotions. Let's begin, then. His luck aura was undergoing another major improvement. Upgrade. As for the overflowing luck value, Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. Since in this world an ability capable of erasing all abilities existed, an ability capable of blocking off this erasing ability would definitely exist. He was approaching this the same way he had approached the frozen sea earlier. Now, he wanted to produce an energy equipment with such an ability. The consumption of luck value begun. The unlimited wind blades erupted and started working as the energy supplied to form a clump of silver radiance. Due to the limitations exerted upon him by the dragon's skull, only this small shining clump of energy was created after exhausting a huge amount of luck value. He tried activating it. The power contained within the silver radiance could be felt. It was usable. Even within this restricted area, this thing was still able to activate the usage of energy. Despite the fact that only a feeble amount of energy could be used, despite the fact that the energy could not be transmitted out of this clump of radiance, this thing here indeed ignored the effects of the erase ability. This was truly an extremely powerful energy equipment. Not good. Long's group had an ominous feeling. Chen Feng is able to use energy under the restrictions placed on him by the dragon's skull. If he is allowed to complete this thing, kill him. Long howled. Bang! Bang! The group of black-robed men charged forth. However, Glang, Qin Hai's sturdy figure blocked them all, with gold light swirling around. Every single punch of his was world-shaking. The gold radiance filled the sky as he blocked all incoming attacks. That was not an energy-fueled attack. That was a pure physical attack. Bang! Bang! The black-robed men attacked furiously. Since Qin Hai had only broken through recently, he was not particularly skillful with the usage of this new power of his. He did not possess any proper moves to be used with this new power of his either. Hence, under the relentless attacks of the black-robed men, he was cutting quite a sorry figure. However, Even with that, he did not retreat a single step. He would block the attacks that he could block. As for the attacks that he couldn't block, he would simply face them forcefully. Bang, bang. Punches rained down on Qin Hai's body. Zhuo Xiaoru was anxious. Qin Hai, the Qin Hai that had originally had the spirit attribute as his main attribute, was only able to break through after using a unique method. However, regardless of how powerful his physical body was, could he truly block those damnable mini-dragons for 1 whole minute? Would he be able to provide Chen Feng the 1 minute he needed? Bang! Qin Hai's body was now painted in red. Bang! Qin Hai's body trembled lightly. He couldn't hold on much longer. These so-called Long family members had reached the limit of C-class after their body transformation. The pure strength of their physical bodies had reached an extremely terrifying level as well, seemingly unequaled. Even Qin Hai was unable to resist them. Blood dripped out of Qin Hai's lips. How long has it been? He checked the time. 50 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Bang, bang. Gold radiance bubbled. The gold radiance that filled the sky earlier had now dimmed. Not much strength was left in Qin Hai's physical body either. Regardless of how strong one was, one would not be able to keep taking on the attacks of so many people. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Qin Hai spat out a huge mouthful of blood. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Qin Hai's legs were shuddering, seemingly unable to even stand anymore. 1 second. Bang! Qin Hai slumped down powerlessly, half kneeling on the ground. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. His face was dreadfully pale, as he had obviously overexerted his strength. That newly broken through body of his that was initially filled with vigor had been reduced to such a state in several minutes. Am I going to die? Despite this thought, a smile appeared on Qin Hai's face. Chen Feng, your 1 minute. I did it. Bang! Viciousness flickered in Long's eyes as he launched a punch toward Qin Hai. That formidable and terrifying force behind his punch seemed to pierce through space as it neared Qin Hai. However, at this very instant, with a silver flicker, a hand noiselessly stretched out. Calmly, it blocked in front of Qin Hai. Glang! A loud collision. Long's alarming attack was actually blocked by a single hand. What? Long shifted his gaze in shock. There, a Chen Feng that was enveloped by a silver radiance could be seen. His right hand was stretched out in an extremely casual manner, giving an illusion that not an ounce of power was put into that outstretched hand, yet it had blocked Long's strongest attack. Long could not believe that. How is that possible? Is anything truly impossible? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Qin Hai. Thanks. Next, you can leave everything to me. Calmly, Chen Feng walked forth. The agitated Zhuo Xiaoru rushed out to hold on to the collapsing Qin Hai before retreating backward with him. This time, the roles were switched. Chen Feng was the one blocking in front of them. Bang! At this instant, the silver radiance appeared so dazzling. Since Lakora was done with its upgrade and his energy equipment was completely assembled, moving forward, this would be his home ground instead. The descendants of a dragon? Chen Feng looked at Long's group as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Indeed, that huge skull greatly resembled a western dragon. Coupled with that pair of immense wings, it truly looked like a giant dragon. However, if one were to study it attentively, Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face. Are you sure you guys are not the descendants of a lizard instead? Chen Feng. Long's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chen Feng. Are you aware of what you are doing? Of course, Chen Feng answered, smiling. The so-called dragon's bloodline. What a load of bullshit. Do you think I can't recognize the fact that you guys are simply a bunch of mutants? You guys are simply a bunch of legal mutants. Previously, when I participated in the competition, I met a bunny girl as well. You guys are more or less the same as her. At most, you guys are some lizard mutants. Bang! Instantly, the Long family members raged. Mutant, lizard. They were bursting with rage. That noble dragon's bloodline they had, that strength they had that was higher than an ordinary person's, that formidable power coursing through their veins, was actually deduced by Chen Feng in such a manner? Bunny girl, lizard mutant. They felt deeply insulted. You are courting death. Killing intent was seething out of every pore on Long's body. Bang! He punched out with a terrifying force. All the black-robed men moved at the same time as well. their target being Chen Feng. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. A formidable power could be clearly felt within from the silver radiance wrapped around him. The super powerful energy equipment with a power amplifier of 500%. A power amplifier of 500% might have been reached when a D-class genetic warrior erupted with their strongest secret art. However, that was still an instantaneous eruption, and had all sorts of limitations. But for the current Chen Feng, there were no limitations. Every single punch of his would be amplified by 500%. At this place where no energy could be used, only the physical body's strength, Chen Feng was an unrivaled existence. Bang, bang. Instantly, Chen Feng erupted. With a punch of his, a black-robed man was flung away. With another punch of his, another black-robed man was punctured by him. From that terrifying silver radiance, a terrifying power was erupting. Battle, 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 bang, bang. Silver radiance flickered without stop as all the lizard mutants were beaten back into their human form. Finally, even Long was smashed away by that silver punch. How is this possible? Long's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never expected himself to be smashed away by a mere D-class gene producer, more so when they were competing in a domain he specialized in, pure physical strength. Currently, an alarmed expression appeared on Qin Hai's face as well. Chen Feng is so powerful. To break through his limit, to not fall behind the others, he had chosen to walk this difficult and dangerous path. Finally, his flesh had been strengthened to his current level. Since his potential had been fully exhausted, it hadn't been possible for him to increase his attributes. Hence, using such a method, he had thoroughly altered the nature of his body. Strength attribute limit, spirit attribute limit, all these were now pointless. He had altered the ordinary human body he'd had into a stronger body. With that, even when his attributes remained, he was still able to unleash an inconceivable might. This was the path Qin Hai had chosen. However, this Chen Feng fellow was actually so powerful now. Its energy equipment, Zhuo Xiaoru whispered. It might be related to that branch he held on to. This shouldn't be his regular condition. She was clear how strong Chen Feng normally was. If Chen Feng was this powerful in his regular condition, they would have ended the battle and left this place with Qin Hai long ago. Qin Hai nodded slightly. However, his eyes never left Chen Feng. Regardless of whether this was his regular condition or not, Chen Feng was once again beyond him. This youngster that had defeated him during the competition had once again surpassed him. Moreover, this youngster had saved him once again. Chen Feng, Qin Hai muttered inwardly. He was aware that, similar to him, Chen Feng was also a person of outstanding talent. This black horse of the rookie competition was currently growing at an extremely terrifying speed. Qin Hai's gaze was resolute. I won't fall behind. Even if he couldn't surpass Chen Feng, even if he would forever be chasing after Chen Feng, he would not fall behind. Bang! The resplendent silver radiance shone dazzlingly. Long was flung backward as blood spurted furiously out of his mouth. The other black-robed men were all sprawled everywhere on the ground, howling in grief. This was simply a battle between those in different leagues. That was an energy equipment assembled with a huge amount of luck value. Chen Feng waved his hand. Let's end this. At this moment, in a bizarre undertone, a chant resounded. Shwa. Instantly, the whole world sunk into darkness. Chen Feng's heart jolted. What happened? Unsubdued chant could be heard, akin to a demonic curse being cast amidst the darkness. Rays of bizarre-looking red lights hovered up of the black-robed men. Next, those black robes started interweaving together. Along with the black robes, those red rays started interweaving as well, creating a bizarre-looking scene. One string of blood after another was created. I shall not die here. Long's sinister-looking gaze was filled with killing intent. Those who insult the Long family must pay the price. Next, a heart-wrenching shout could be heard. Surrounded by the blood-red strings, Long's body started to collapse. Countless terrifying red strings twined around him until, ultimately, a huge clump of red radiance was formed. Bang! The red radiance bloomed. Howl! An imposing howl resounded. Amidst the red radiance, a lively radiance flickered into existence. As the darkness faded, a dazzling giant dragon formed of the red strings appeared in the air. Every single motion and flap of its wings appeared so mesmerizing. That is, Qin Hai and the rest inhaled mouthfuls of cold air. Giant dragon. It was really a giant dragon. Even if that was a product created through the power unleashed by Long and the black-robed men, This still signified that the power of a dragon truly coursed through their blood. The descendants of a dragon. What the Long family believed was actually the truth. Howl. The giant dragon howled. Its size still bore some semblance to Long. Evidently, all the black-robed men had transformed into blood strings in order to assist Long in his transformation into a blood-colored giant dragon. You dare lay hands on the power that belongs to us? All of you deserve death. The giant dragon howled. Howl. A trace of a dragon's aura could be felt from the terrifying roar. The giant dragon's eyes were shining with a dazzling red radiance and were filled with killing intent. It locked onto Chen Feng before opening its wide jaw. Next, a thick beam of blood-colored light shot out from the jaw. Bang! Only a dazzling red could be seen. Chen Feng, Qin Hai and Zhuo Xiaoru were alarmed. That was a dragon. All this while, a dragon had remained a legend to them. However, now that they had witnessed this so-called dragon's bloodline and dragon's skull, it was probable that a dragon truly existed, even if the dragon before them was simply something that Long had temporarily transformed into. That terrifying might it exhibited was sufficient to plant fear in a person's heart. Could Chen Feng block this attack? Instinctively, Qin Hai and Zhuo Xiaoru looked at Chen Feng. There, amidst the boundless red, a dazzling radiance abruptly appeared and started shining. Qin Hai's eyes shone. It's Chen Feng. Bang, bang. The silver radiance appeared dazzling. With the energy equipment on him, Chen Feng ultimately managed to defend against this attack despite the fact that the impact of the attack had pushed him backward. Shwa. The blood-red radiance disappeared, leaving a row of deep footprints on the ground. This is the power of a dragon, Chen Feng said coldly. For some reason, the calm in his voice felt infuriating to his opponent's ears. HMPH. The giant dragon bellowed. Shwa, shwa. The blood-red pair of wings started flapping. At that, the giant dragon started raging as torrents of blood-red radiance washed over Chen Feng without stop. That speck of feeble silvery flickering representing Chen Feng was almost completely submerged by the red. However, regardless of how many times the attacks bombarded Chen Feng, that silver radiance remained. Bang, bang. Calmly, Chen Feng punched out, one punch at a time. Every single punch was accompanied by a silver radiance. At this moment, that formidable power assembled by the spirit seaward was unleashing an inconceivable might. Bang, bang. Amidst the red torrent, he was actually advancing. 1 step, 2 steps. Shwa. Chen Feng shouted, open. The blood-red radiance that seemed to cover the sky vanished, and once again, the silver radiance shone upon the world. Bang! Chen Feng leapt and erupted with at least 30% of his energy equipment's energy supply and smashed into the blood-red dragon. Bang! The earth trembled. A dazzling radiance dispersed. Pooh! That enormous giant dragon was smashed away. The giant dragon stared at Chen Feng, unbelieving. Defeated. He was defeated. A giant dragon might not have been a dragon in the truest sense, but anything with the word dragon in its name would normally be extremely terrifying. Even if there was only a small amount of giant dragon gene in the people of the Long family, when they extracted all the genes within their body and condensed them together to form the giant dragon, the power unleashed was still terrifying. This was a power that belonged only to their Long family. However, he had been defeated by this bastard here that he could previously eradicate with a wave of his hand. Shwa. Chen Feng walked forth. You lose, he said calmly. This is impossible. The giant dragon roared, we are the Long family. We are the descendants of a dragon. It is impossible for us to be defeated by you. Is this due to insufficient dragon genes used? That must be it. Killing intent seethed out of the red giant dragon's eyes as it landed on the dragon's skull. You are the one who forced me into this. The power of a dragon's skull, the true power of a giant dragon. Hee ha 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 ha. The giant dragon laughed crazily. Bang! Its huge red claw grabbed toward the dragon's skull. Hum. A terrifying power started surging. Not good. Qin Hai's expression changed slightly. The power of the dragon's skull was simply too dreadful. It was capable of restricting even the A-class Lao's power. Even if Chen Feng managed to break away from the restriction subjected on him, if the giant dragon were to absorb the power contained within the dragon's skull, their fusion would be the most dreadful thing. The methods of those from the Long family were simply too terrifying. They possessed the capability to assemble the genes from all life forms that contained even a sliver of a dragon's gene within them to form a giant dragon, and within that dragon's skull was a true giant dragon gene. The moment he absorbed the dragon's skull, what appeared next might be a genuine giant dragon. However, surprisingly, Chen Feng merely looked on indifferently. Chen Feng, Zhuo Xiaoru reminded him. At times like this, shouldn't he be stopping them? There's no need. Chen Feng sneered. If he chose not to fuse with the so-called dragon's skull, he might have been able to flee. He might even have been able to flee together with this skull here. But now, howl. The red radiance shone dazzlingly. The radiance surrounding the blood-red giant dragon intensified. Evidently, it was absorbing the power of the dragon's skull. Zhuo Xiaoru was confused. Why? That was the bone of a giant dragon. Hence, the powerful gene of the giant dragon would definitely exist within it. How could he? At the same time, an odd expression appeared on Qin Hai's face as he seemed to recall something. Could it be? That's right. A toying smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. It's that thing, dragon's skull? Who said this was a dragon's skull? Just because it resembled a dragon's head and had a huge size, it was a dragon's skull? If this was any other place, with such a size and its resemblance with a dragon, there was no doubt in its identity as a dragon's skull. However, what place was this? Frozen sea tundra. Here, there were countless life forms that were incomparably huge in size. If that was truly a giant dragon, how was it possible for such a powerful life form to not mutate here? And after mutation, how much larger would its body be? No one knew the answer. As it turned out, this skull here that greatly resembled a dragon and possessed the mystical erase ability just happened to greatly resemble a different life form that Chen Feng remembered. Dissolving lizard ability. Release a weak undulation capable of reducing the power of energy. After coming here, this ordinary life form had mutated into a giant dragon. That seemingly ordinary ability it possessed had also transformed into an extremely powerful energy restrictor. This was what Long was planning to fuse with. Did he truly believe that Chen Feng was merely insulting them when he jeered at them earlier, calling them a lizard mutants? In fact, Chen Feng was truly curious. He was curious to know, when the powerful giant dragon with the mysterious power formed by the giant dragon genes of the Long family fused with a lizard gene, what would be the result? Bang! Light swirled around as Long finished absorbing the new genes. The power within the dragon's skull was absorbed and fused with the blood-red giant dragon. Ultimately, a brand new type of energy was created as the giant dragon's body started changing without stop. Noiselessly, the wings disappeared. The enormous body of the giant dragon reduced in size, and its limbs shortened as its body neared the ground. Ultimately, the transformation finished and it became a huge blood-red lizard. Evolution? Nope. This was degeneration. Chen Feng. So he had indeed turned into a lizard? Long was horrified. No, this is impossible. They were descendants possessing the bloodline of the dragon. How was it possible for him to transform into something like this? Even if he were to fuse with genes of other species, the power of the genes should not be able to surpass the power of the dragon's bloodline. Chen Feng sighed. Erase. The lizard's erase ability had erased the power of the so-called dragon's bloodline. From the moment Long had started absorbing the power within the skull, he had been destined to reach a dead end. Chen Feng shook his head. Let's end it. Bang! With a terrifying and dazzling silver, Chen Feng smashed Long away with a punch. However, Long's huge body merely rolled on the ground before standing up without any injuries. Ha 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 ha. Even without the genes of a dragon, the genes of this lizard are powerful enough. Long had a vicious expression on his face. He could clearly feel the formidable power within his body. What he felt was the formidable power belonging to the enlarged dissolving lizard. Even without the dragon's bloodline, it was still powerful. As long as he killed Chen Feng and returned to the Long family. Bang! Bang! Long started raging. That terrifying body of his charged at Chen Feng. Shwa, shwa. Its long tail whipped forth. Chen Feng's silver energy equipment actually failed to resist this attack. Ha ha. When this power is so formidable, so what if it's the power of a lizard? Long had a vicious expression. Bang! It moved its body and charged at Chen Feng. However, surprisingly, even when he was in an absolute disadvantage, Chen Feng did not appear anxious. He merely stared at Long with sympathy in his eyes. Long's heart throbbed. What's going on? Have you forgotten one thing? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. You have indeed obtained a huge improvement in your strength after absorbing the power of lizard. However, the skull whose power was fully absorbed by you. That huge skull turned into dust as it dispersed. After having all its power absorbed, this skull was no longer able to maintain its form. As it was gone, the most formidable power of this skull, the erase ability, had disappeared as well. Now, everyone here could once again use their energy. Not good. Long's heart throbbed. If they recover their ability to use energy. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure started descending. The cold voice of Zhuo Xiaoru resounded. Unregulated gravity, grinder. She had been holding her frustrations for so long and could no longer hold it in. Finally, after the restriction on energy usage was removed, she erupted with her strongest ability. Bang! The huge lizard loudly slammed into the ground, never to stand up again. We, Long. Family. Long's indignant shout stopped mid-sentence. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoru waved her tiny hand. Long could not even finish his sentence before his death. His huge pair of eyes were fixed on Chen Feng's group, unable to believe that he would actually die here. It's over. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. It had been too difficult. Ming. Long. This frozen sea tundra trip had been much more dangerous than he'd imagined. However, amidst the extreme dangers, he'd reaped great profits as well. Qinhai had been saved and Chen Feng's luck aura was once again upgraded. If a level was assigned to it, the luck aura should be level 3 now, right? A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Shwa. He checked himself. Luck value, 1000 points. As the spirit seawood he'd obtained this time was bigger than the previous spirit seawood, after upgrading his luck aura, 1000 points of luck value were left for him. Naturally, this was not the most crucial reward he obtained. The most crucial reward was the new functions luck aura had gained from the upgrade. Shwa. Chen Feng activated his luck aura. A layer of an illusory world appeared. This was an illusory world only Chen Feng could see. Similar to the digitized world, it could be classified as a unique and independent spiritual world. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. Luck aura has created its own spiritual world as well? Shwa. Chen Feng scanned the newly created world, and immediately, his body shivered. In this illusory world, countless bizarre light particles were drifting around, with rays of light swirling around as well. Within this world, the powerful and mysterious power of luck seemed to flow. This was a world formed with luck, an illusory world. The luck number generator that Chen Feng had created using the gene fragments in his digitized world was a function this new world possessed. He no longer needed to fret his mind over the usage of his luck number generator. Everything would be automated within this illusory world. For example, Huliang's coordinates. Shwa. A bizarre power started coursing through this world of luck as the mysterious power contained within this world swirled around before transmitting the accurate coordinate to Chen Feng. That was not the end of it. In the illusory world, the lights that were swirling around actually formed a scene depicting what Huliang was currently doing. This is. Chen Feng's heart jolted. A scene. Using light particles, it was indeed possible to depict all sorts of scenes. Theoretically, as long as the light particles were arranged in a specific manner, any scene could be depicted. However, the probability for the light particles to arrange themselves in just the correct manner to display the scene he needed was too low. If he were to force it to happen, the exhaustion of luck value would be too huge. At least, this was something he couldn't accomplish in his digitized world. That was simply a joke. How many gene fragments would be required to form a proper scene? It was unknown. And now, due to the existence of this illusory world, all the light particles and everything else capable of affecting probability had appeared. These bizarre light particles had formed this illusory world. Here, a scene that was exactly the same as what was happening in reality would be depicted. In short, due to the existence of this illusory world, the previous feedback from his luck aura, which he could only receive in numeric form, had now been modernized, entering a brand new era. This was akin to an upgrade from a BlackBerry to an iPhone. So, in the future, images will accompany the coordinates when I look for someone. Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Within the shown scene, Huliang started taking his clothes off. Chen Feng's face darkened. Luckily, the scene vanished after only 1 second. As such, Chen Feng was saved from witnessing that particular scene. Instinctively, he exhaled in relief. Luck value exhaustion, 1 point. Luck aura. Lockdown had been upgraded. If lockdown has been upgraded, how about luck aura? Alarm? Chen Feng urged inwardly. All along, the manner in which his luck aura, alarm worked had always been quite violent. It had always been using the destruction of gene fragments as a means of notifying Chen Feng of the impending crisis. This was not the most desirable manner for this ability to work. Now, when using this ability with his new illusory world, Would more information be shown with these light particles? If the enemies were to appear, would their exact position be shown, using red dots to show the number of enemies that had appeared, etc. Chen Feng had way too many ideas on ways to use this new illusory world of his. Let's try it out. Shwa. Light swirled around. Once again, luck aura was activated. Shwa. The illusory world condensed and an astonishing scene appeared. This was a huge circular screen with 3 dots in the middle of it. The 3 dots represented Chen Feng, Qin Hai, and Zhuo Xiaoru. 5 kilometers away from them, countless red dots were approaching them rapidly. It worked. The birth of a new ability. An evolved luck aura, alarm. This was similar to the minimaps in the games Chen Feng had played during his previous life. Using such a bizarre manner, a minimap was recreated in this world. However, before Chen Feng could even bask in the joyful feeling, he was alarmed by those red dots. Enemy attack. Those numerous red dots were all enemies. Multiple silhouettes were traveling through the snow tundra. Hao and Ming were among them. Just several minutes after Chen Feng and Long started their battle, the second wave of the people from the mysterious organization arrived. This time, all of those dispatched were above C class. Moreover, even A class were included in their midst. Are you sure there's a spirit Seawood here? The leading A class genetic warrior asked Hao. Hao sighed. I'm certain. If possible, he would absolutely not want to contact this guy here even if he was aware that this guy was on a mission nearby. That was because the moment this guy was contacted, the new owner of the spirit Seawood might change. With his present strength, he would most probably fail to obtain the Spirit Seawood for himself. Very good. That guy was very pleased. Spirit Seawood. This was an item that very few people knew about. Even those from the Genetic Union or Gene Production Association had limited records about it. Instead, they had simply labeled it as an item of legends. Only the people from their organization knew that this thing truly existed. Anyone who possessed the core member's badge would be able to feel that power contained within. Only a feeble trace of it was contained within their badge, yet one could feel that it was an extremely formidable power. If he were to obtain one whole spirit Seawood, possessing true power, he was truly tempted. Initially, he had been in a mission at a nearby area that was even more dangerous than this area. However, after receiving Hao's message, he'd given up on his mission and rushed over without the slightest hesitation. Yi Tong. Hao sighed. When the time comes, just share 1/10 of it with us and that will do. Yi Tong was all smiles. Yes, yes. Yi Tong found this guy quite tactful. If he only wanted 1/10, it wouldn't be a problem. As for Chen Feng's group, they were simply non-existent to him. That long something family, eliminate all of them. As for Chen Feng, capture him alive. Yi Tong ordered coldly. Roger. Everyone accepted his commands. Everyone on the summit of the snow mountain was locked onto by them. Shwa, shwa. Waves of light started enveloping the summit. Finally, one powerful B-class scout transmitted the latest situation to them. Currently, only corpses remained of the Long family. Chen Feng's trio were the only ones left alive there. A toying smile appeared on Yi Tong's face. Seems like they are done up there. Interestingly, they'd had their work cut short by Chen Feng's group. Be careful, Ming said in a low voice. The previous spirit Seawood was destroyed by this very Chen Feng. Destroyed? Yi Tong felt doubtful. An ordinary power could destroy the spirit Seawood. However, he was unclear, since he had never held on to a true spirit Seawood before. Hence, he ordered, leave Chen Feng to me. You all can deal with the rest. Roger, everyone replied. Shwa. Flickering around like shadows, they noiselessly surrounded the whole Snow Mountain's summit before moving toward the summit. A new battle was going to break out at any time. Currently, Chen Feng's trio had unsightly expressions on their faces as well. Enemy attack. A huge amount of enemies. Despite being able to see these enemies through the mini-map, they were unable to find an escape route, as the enemies were approaching while surrounding the summit at the same time. Breaking through with force. Chen Feng looked at these enemies where the weakest among them were C-class, and he could only smile bitterly. This time, things were truly getting dangerous. He still had his silver energy equipment on him. This set of unique silver energy equipment was assembled using at least 10,000 points of luck value. He could clearly feel how terrifying this energy equipment was. Every single piece of the silver radiance on his energy equipment was made up of compressed energy worth millions of units. Which of his myriad illusions abilities were chosen as the attribute of this energy equipment was unknown. However, an astonishing amount of power was clearly contained within this set of energy equipment. Even if Chen Feng chose to wear this energy equipment on him for one whole year, the energy on it would probably not be exhausted. However, that was all there was to it. Regardless of the amount of energy contained within this set of energy equipment, he would not be able to use it for anything. That was because the attribute of the energy used this time only had a single main function: to defend against erase. This was a set of energy equipment capable of smooth energy circulation despite being subjected to the power of the erase ability. This was its function. As for the true combat power of this energy equipment, peak C class. Chen Feng sighed. If this place had not been affected by the erase ability earlier, when the luck value had been overflowing, if that bizarre erase ability hadn't been present, the energy equipment formed under support of his unlimited luck value would definitely have been much stronger. Perhaps it might even have surpassed the power a B class possessed. However, could Chen Feng truly control an energy equipment at that level? He was not certain. Let's escape, Zhuo Xiaoru proposed. Under her gravity control, their escaping speed would be much faster. With Chen Feng's energy equipment, as long as they reached the frozen sea, neither the mysterious organization nor A-class experts wouldn't be able to do anything to them. There at the frozen sea, Chen Feng was the sole tyrant. Qin Hai shook his head. We won't be able to get there. By now, the vague silhouettes of those from the mysterious organization started appearing around them. The one leading the group from the frozen sea's direction was that A-class expert. Evidently their opponent was also aware of how terrifying Chen Feng could be on the frozen sea, so they were not taking any chances. There was simply no way out for them now. Qin Hai's expression was unsightly. Damn it. They had still ultimately sunk into an impasse. I'm sorry. He felt somewhat guilty toward Chen Feng, as he was the cause of Chen Feng's current predicament. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry about it. What should he do now? Luck value? He had around 1,000 points of luck value remaining. Based on his experience during his previous situation that was quite similar to their current situation, using his luck value to alter reality might really work. However, the 1,000 points of luck value were merely sufficient to save them from their current crisis and might bring unknown dangers to them. For example, when he'd previously used 1,000 points of luck value to deal with Li Hao, he'd had instead helped Long Yi. After dealing with Long Yi, a new A-class expert had instead appeared. 1,000 points of luck value were only sufficient to resolve a single crisis. Hence, should he do it? Hopefully, this is the final crisis. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoru suddenly recalled something. Oh yeah. I still have one more drawing from Sister Xiao. She told me to use it during the most dangerous moment. Xiao. Chen Feng's eyes shone. That mysterious young lady with zero combat power. Shua. Zhuo Xiaoru took out a drawing. What is this? Zhuo Xiaoru was puzzled, as this drawing was yet another energy circulation blueprint. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. The previous blueprint had greatly increased his strength, making him a tyrant of the frozen sea. This time round, let me take a look. Filled with excitement, Chen Feng looked at the drawing. However, his expression became somewhat odd after that. This is self-detonation? That's right. This was a blueprint for a self-detonation energy circulation route. Shit. Chen Feng widened his eyes. Self-detonation? Is she kidding? He was clear on how terrifying his energy equipment was. The moment he self-detonated, the power that he could unleash would definitely reach C class. With the strength of his physical body, it was probable that he wouldn't even survive it. Moreover, against a bunch of C, B, and A-class enemies, was there a point to self-detonation? Zhuo Xiaoru hung her head dispiritedly. This was probably meant to be used when we were against Long Yi. Indeed, if she had taken this drawing out when facing Long Yi, it might have been helpful. Unfortunately, Chen Feng had dealt with Long Yi with brute force alone. Zhuo Xiaoru sighed. If only I took this out earlier. If they had taken a shorter amount of time dealing with Long Yi, they might have been gone long ago. This drawing of Lady Xiao's was not wrong. Zhuo Xiaoru was the one who had taken it out at the wrong time. Zhuo Xiaoru lowered her head. I'm sorry. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry about it. The blame was not on her. As Chen Feng continued staring at this blueprint, he was suddenly stunned. Self-detonation. With his current strength, if he were to self-detonate ordinary energy equipment, the power that resulted might reach C class. However, with the current silver energy equipment, abruptly, Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. His silver energy equipment was simply too terrifying. If he were to self-detonate it, it was simply akin to a small-scale nuclear warhead. This drawing of Lady Xiao's was simply perfect for this situation. However, he no longer had his peril rebirth. Self-detonation and peril rebirth were simply a perfect match. After his super-powerful self-detonation, he would be resurrected by his peril rebirth. However, he had been in too much of a rush when he'd come here. As such, he hadn't had time to produce a peril rebirth. If he were to self-detonate forcefully, everyone here would die. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Hence, is this drawing telling us to die together with the enemies? Sure. The enemies were nearing them. At this instant, as Chen Feng was staring at the blueprint, he suddenly remembered the first blueprint he'd received from Xiao: body separation. Self-detonation. Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. So that's the case. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Ha ha, I got it. Qin Hai and Zhuo Xiaoru were dumbstruck. Had this kid gone crazy? Chen Feng pulled Zhuo Xiaoru over and whispered to her, Xiaoru, do this. Currently, Liao's group had reached the depth of the snow tundra. The silhouettes of Chen Feng's group were already visible for them. Yi Tong had a faint smile. So they are the ones who beat you back. Liao's lips twitched. Be careful lest the eraser's power is still around. I will take note, Yi Tong said calmly. What a joke. Since he already knew about that ability in advance, he would make his move outside the eraser's area of effect. These mere C-class and D-class kids wouldn't be able to accomplish much against him. Prepare, Yi Tong commanded. Sure. Everyone moved to their positions. However, at this moment, from the Snow Mountain's summit, there was an abrupt flash of silver. Chen Feng, who was bathed in silver radiance, had charged forth at an extreme speed, charging toward Yi Tong. Has he gone insane? Just as everyone was bewildered, the silver streak abruptly somersaulted in the air. Next, Chen Feng rolled out of the energy equipment, separating his body from the energy equipment. Bang! That energy equipment that was radiating silver continued its charge toward Yi Tong, akin to an artillery shell. At this instant, that dazzling silver radiance seemed to be the only existence in the world. That set of armor that had separated from Chen Feng maintained its high momentum as it charged toward Yi Tong. Everyone else was dumbstruck. This works. What type of an attack could this be considered as? No one could answer that. This was also the first time they had seen such an attacking method. The energy equipment could actually be used in such a manner. However, even if they lacked knowledge of such a manner of attack, they could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the energy equipment. Currently, that silver energy equipment was radiating a might terrifying enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. The power was at C-class, peak C-class, B-class, peak B-class. The power it radiated was increasing without stop. Soon, it reached A-class. How is that possible? They exclaimed in alarm. A-class. Chen Feng's energy equipment had unleashed A-class power. How was that possible? Even if the energy equipment had yet to explode, the occasional aura it radiated was sufficient to cause incomparable horror to the others. This was truly the power of an A-class. It was also the strongest attack Chen Feng had unleashed so far. Shwa. Countless people got out of the way in horror, everyone except Yi Tong, who merely sneered as a response. A-class? This is a power you reached after employing some methods, right? Hee. Yi Tong shook his head slightly. Child, do you think that in the world of A-classes, it's only a matter of might? Such an idiotic attack, even if it contained the might of A-class. He sighed. This attack of Chen Feng's was indeed mighty. However, that was all there was to it. It might have a powerful might behind it, but such an idiotic manner of attack would never hit its target. What did the power of an A-class look like? A good example would be the battle at the Ice River back then. Mount Tai's suppression. The region of 9 suns. So many A-class abilities had been unable to achieve the desired effect. What was the reason for that? It was because of the method of attack. When one party attacked, did that mean that the enemy did not know how to defend? Back then, only Liao's verbal compliance law had been able to display the greatest effect. That was because his attack had ignored defense and everything else to directly appear on Wang Yao's body. That was the scariest type of attack. As for this self-detonating energy equipment of Chen Feng's, Yi Tong laughed. It might have had the power of an A-class, but this was definitely the most idiotic A-class attack Yitong had ever witnessed. Bang! That silver radiance streaked forth like an artillery shell as it moved straight ahead and smashed into the snowy ground. Shwa! Bringing along the people near him, Yitong retreated several hundred meters backward. This distance was sufficient. Bang! Finally, it ended with an astonishing silver blossom. The earth trembled in the heavens and earth seemed to have been pierced through by a single silver beam of light. It exploded. It had truly exploded. As that terrifying A-class attack exploded, within a circumference of 100 meters around it, there was not a single survivor. Several B-class genetic warriors that had not been able to escape in time were directly disintegrated into ashes. This was the power of an A-class. Moreover, the areas that were further away were also hit by the shockwave of this attack. Countless B-class and C-class genetic warriors suffered heavy injuries. However, further away, a larger amount of them were safe and sound. Calmly, Yitong activated a defensive barrier as they stood several hundreds of meters away from the center of explosion as he easily blocked the attack. Killing him? What a joke. Bang, bang. The silver radiance shined without stop while Yitong easily blocked all attacks on him, appearing extremely tyrannical. So powerful. Even the heart of Lu Hao jolted. This guy is even stronger now compared to the last time I met him. It seems like I need to recover from my injuries as soon as possible now. After a long time, the silver faded. On the snowy ground where the energy equipment had landed, a huge abyss had appeared. It was so deep the bottom of it couldn't be seen, sufficient to showcase the horror of that self-detonation earlier. However, Yitong, Lu Hao, and the rest were safe and sound. Several B-class and C-class genetic warriors that were slow had been killed. However, this did not have much effect on their strength as a whole. Then, time to end this. Calmly, Yitong looked over. At this moment, Chen Feng and the rest were already on their way down the snow mountain. Kill. Yitong ordered coldly. Lu Hao had a sudden ominous feeling. Wait. The scene before their eyes was so similar to the scene back then during the Ice River battle. Back then, it was this very unremarkable Chen Feng that had rescued Wang Yao, causing all his efforts to be fruitless. Now, without Wang Yao here, there shouldn't have been any problems with only Chen Feng here. However, suddenly, Lu Hao's heart trembled. That was because, right at this moment, outside of everyone's expectations, Chen Feng smiled. Hey, brother. Chen Feng waved his hand at Lu Hao. Don't you feel like this scene looks quite familiar? Lu Hao fixed his eyes on Chen Feng. Yitong sneered. What are you afraid of? Without the power of the erase ability here and with that silver energy equipment gone, the current Chen Feng was simply trash. What was there to be scared of? Kill. Yitong commanded his underlings to kill Qin Hai and Zhuo Xiaoru while he started approaching Chen Feng to capture him alive. However, it was at this moment that, from Chen Feng's hands, an abrupt, intense radiance appeared. Seemingly endless energy started gushing out and formed a huge water gun in his hand. At the back of the water gun, a hose was inserted into the newly created pit. There, the seawater of the frozen sea could be seen gushing out. Not good. Finally, Lu Hao figured out the source of his sense of crisis. Lu Hao shouted, "Flee, quick!" However, it was too late. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Suddenly, a blue torrent shot out. It was aimed straight at Yitong, who was the nearest to Chen Feng. What is that? Yitong had extremely high awareness. The first instant he saw that blue radiance, his A-class defense activated. However, what horrified him was the fact that his A-class defense was akin to paper at this moment. Finally, Yitong had an ominous feeling. Dodge. However, even if the speed at which he dodged was extremely fast, enough for the icy blue torrent that was initially aimed at his chest to miss by a wide margin, due to him being too near, he ultimately still failed to completely avoid it. He was sprayed a face full of water by Chen Feng. Half his face dissolved on the spot as a mournful scream pierced the skies. No, don't. Yitong was horrified. How had this happened? He was an A-class expert, yet he was disfigured by a D-class gene producer? Yitong could not believe this. Idiot. Lu Hao cursed inwardly. Had this guy forgotten what place this was due to him being at A-class for way too long? This was the frozen sea tundra, an unexplored forbidden area. Xiu, xiu. A multitude of icy blue radiances shot out. Escape. Everyone escaped in a sorry manner. Suddenly, Yitong screeched. Chen Feng. The pain did not faze him, as he had simply been in countless dangerous situations. Earlier, he had used an emergency healing gene reagent, the strongest A-class healing reagent, on himself. However, half his face was still disfigured. Even if his flesh were to regrow, his face would still appear dreadful. His previous appearance would never return to him. Chen Feng. Yi Tong appeared deranged. His terrifying shout resounded. I want to kill you. Bang, bang. Yi Tong started raging. His silhouette flickered as he transformed into countless sharp gleams that streaked toward Chen Feng. However, under the endless icy blue torrents, he was simply unable to near Chen Feng. As long as he approached Chen Feng, what welcomed would be the never-ending streams of icy seawater that were attacking indiscriminately. Chen Feng sneered. Getting revenge on me? How naive. Xu, xu. His super-powered water gun started bursting without stop as two more enemies fell to him. Powered by energy, this super-powered water gun could shoot further without stronger might. At the same moment, a genetic warrior that was already several hundreds of meters away was staring at the gush of water that was randomly sprayed at him with despair on his face. Pooh! The icy blue landed on him. He widened his eyes abruptly, as that water had actually lost its effect this time. How could this? That's right. He was immediately overjoyed as he shouted, the water will be ineffective 3 seconds after it leaves the body of water. As long as we are outside this range, he will not be able to harm us. So that's the case. Everyone felt enlightened. Shwa. They all started retreating. Xu, xu. The icy seawater shot out by Chen Feng no longer appeared mighty. Ha ha ha. Yi Tong laughed malevolently as hatred seethed out of his eyes. Watch how I torture and kill you. A radius of several hundred meters. For A-class warriors like them, this was not a problem. They started surrounding Chen Feng, evidently planning to kill Chen Feng outside his attacking range. You are dead. Yi Tong's face twisted. Even now, he could still feel that searing pain on his face. Is that so? Chen Feng smiled. Next, he dragged Qin Hai and Zhuo Xiaoru as they leapt into the abyss. What? When Yi Tong and the rest reached the vicinity of the abyss, they found that Chen Feng had assembled a purple submarine and was noiselessly sinking into the water. Question mark. Yi Tong was dumbstruck. Chen Feng had escaped right in front of all of them. Just like that, in an absolutely unrestrained manner, he'd used his energy equipment ability to assemble a submarine. Yi Tong knew that a casual attack from him would be sufficient to destroy that thing. However, he couldn't hit it. Bang, bang. His attacks rained down crazily. However, all of his attacks dissolved the moment they reached the seawater. Not all types of energy were capable of ignoring the power of the icy seawater. Apart from Chen Feng, these people would be stumped in this aspect. It's over just like this. The people behind Yi Tong had bewildered expressions. So, they had abandoned their initial mission to come over here to ambush Chen Feng, only to suffer countless casualties and have their A-class expert Yi Tong's face disfigured. Then their enemy escaped right in front of their face in a grandiose fashion, with them unable to do anything except look at his escape. Even when they had 2 A-class experts with them, they won't be able to go far. Someone suddenly said. That so-called submarine is most certainly an empty shell. That's right. Chen Feng definitely had zero mechanical knowledge, such as the data required to build a proper submarine. Hence, this energy equipment he'd forged was simply an empty shell. He would be able to control the submarine's movement through energy usage. How about the other factors? For example, air. There's no air underwater. Someone cried out in alarm. Even if they have managed to escape from us, they are still going to die. True that. The frozen sea is too far away from here. The air within the submarine is definitely not enough to last them even 1/10 of the route to the open frozen sea area. They will definitely come out. Everyone analyzed. Very good. Yi Tong was seething with killing intent. He was certain that, among that trio, none of them had air-related ability. Blockade this abyss here. When they come out, kill without mercy. Yi Tong's killing intent was evident. They stared resolutely at the abyss. Roger. They had been careless earlier. This time, as long as Chen Feng's group revealed themselves for even a single instant, relentless attacks would be what welcomed them. Chen Feng would surely die. Naturally, they could also choose to not show themselves and instead drown to death under the water. Will this work? Hao watched on with a frown on his face. Theoretically, their plan was flawless. However, he had an indescribable feeling that something somewhere was wrong. As long as the opponent was Chen Feng, some bizarre thing would always happen. Hopefully, there's no problem. Hao muttered. If they failed to capture Chen Feng, their losses this time around were simply too disastrous. Moreover, Based on his understanding of Yitong, this guy was extremely narcissistic when it came to his looks. It was very probable for this guy to become his enemy due to this. At this thought, the Hao brothers fixed their gazes at the abyss as well. Snowflakes drifted down as time passed. The sky darkened, and the snow tundra became even colder. Currently, within the endless frozen sea, a purple radiance could be seen. Chen Feng's group was still submerged within the water. From the rear of the submarine, a succession of bubbles rumbled out. Zhuo Xiaoru inhaled deeply. "Wow, the air here is so fresh," she exclaimed in admiration. She had originally thought that the interior of this small submarine would be very stifling. Chen Feng merely laughed. Hee, what nonsense. You are breathing in highly concentrated oxygen. Of course it's fresh. At the front part of the submarine, energy spread out without stop to ionize the seawater. The icy seawater was, in essence, ordinary seawater as well. Its mysteriousness did not stem from the water itself. Instead, it originated from that mysterious power contained within the water. They only needed to absorb the water into the submarine and wait for 3 seconds for the water to lose its effectiveness and transform into common seawater. Next, they would use the energy of the submarine to ionize and extract oxygen and hydrogen out of it. Naturally, with the strength of their current body, oxygen toxicity was no longer a concern, as they were able to easily adapt to such purity of oxygen. As for the separation of other gaseous substances and impurities, a low amount of luck value was exhausted to easily deal with them. It was simply too easy. The path this world had undertaken for its development was different. This was the genetic era, the era where utmost strength was the pursuit of the masses. Hence, in this world, this knowledge was not taught during compulsory education. Only combat and gene-related knowledge was taught. Granted, this information would be available in science books, but no one paid attention to those. Naturally, if Chen Feng knew that Yitong's group was currently waiting for him at the abyss, he would probably laugh himself to death at this idiotic act of theirs. The submarine traveled in an aloof manner. Occasionally, the gigantic creatures of the seabed would pass them by, as evidenced by the huge shadows that brushed past their submarine, alarming them. Fortunately, for these creatures, that purple energy projected an indescribable pressure onto them, because it was ingrained in these creatures' brains that such energy capable of ignoring the icy seawater's power would only appear on reefs or the shore. As far as they were concerned, this signified unknown danger that they should avoid. They traveled amidst the flowing seawater and were appreciating the rarely seen scenery of the seabed. This is simply so much better compared to a marine park. Chen Feng lamented. Qin Hai started to stir. These life forms of frozen sea are at least A class. After absorbing a portion of the magnified lizard's power, he had gained a physical body that was unrivaled in C class, with his true combat power being unrivaled in D class. If he were to absorb the power of the frozen sea's life forms. Qin Hai. Zhuo Xiaoru's gaze was filled with gentleness and infatuation. At this, Qin Hai's head ached. Earlier, she had already told him her identity. He had finally recalled who this young lady was. However, he truly wasn't that close to her. What age were they living in for her to believe in arranged marriage? Even the whole Qin family was already gone. But this young lady here had specifically come over to rescue him. Sigh. For this issue, Qin Hai was at a loss as well. He could only let nature take its course and let everything happen naturally for now. Qin Hai appeared amazed. Chen Feng, look at the dice shark. Zhuo Xiaoru. Chen Feng. What an awkward way of changing the topic. I won't force you. Zhuo Xiaoru's gaze softened yet, at the same time, filled with resoluteness. However, I will definitely make you fall in love with me, because I am Zhuo Xiaoru, the unique and unmatched Zhuo Xiaoru. Up. One. Chen Feng said in amazement. Usage of words was in itself an art. What? Evidently, Zhuo Xiaoru did not understand him. Chen Feng coughed. Nothing. Beside him, Qin Hai glared at this troublemaker grudgingly. The snow tundra was extremely huge. The frozen sea beneath the snow tundra was even larger. Unhurriedly, the submarine drifted under the water. Chen Feng did not dare to speed up, since he was worried that he would accidentally knock into some random life forms of the frozen sea and cause an underwater explosion. The night passed quietly. At the snow tundra, in front of a certain pit, Yitong's group was freezing their asses off waiting for Chen Feng. With blank expressions, they stared at the surface of the water, which appeared so calm. A whole night had passed, yet nothing had come out. Was Chen Feng dead? Nope. They had probably escaped. Maybe they have some item capable of producing oxygen. Someone guessed. Yi Tong was ashen-faced. He could not believe that Chen Feng had even prepared for this before coming here. However, from what he had seen, he had no choice but to believe this was the case. Chen Feng had truly escaped. Veins surfaced on Yi Tong's forehead. At that disfigured face of his appeared twisted, giving him an extremely dreadful appearance. Yi Tong's killing intent was surging. I will kill you sooner or later. Behind him, everyone else sunk into silence out of fear. Even Lu Hao did not dare to provoke Yi Tong at this moment, lest this guy really go crazy and blame this on him. That wouldn't be worth it. Ultimately, Yi Tong ordered their withdrawal. Go. This mission of the mysterious organizations had ultimately concluded in failure. The snow tundra recovered its tranquility. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, an old man appeared. Calmly, he walked along the freezing snow tundra before ultimately stopping at the snow mountain's summit. He felt a familiar aura from this place. Old friend, I can feel your bloodline. Slowly, he reached out with his hand. Bang! Noiselessly, the snow on the ground started melting, revealing the corpse of Long Yi. Dead? The old man contemplated. He spread his right hand. At that, a bizarre radiance appeared and started swirling, with Long Yi as the center. Bizarre changes started occurring around him. At the same time, Long's body gradually transformed as well. Suddenly, that heart that had been immobile for a long time started beating again. Thump, thump. Long was revived. If someone else was here, they would have been extremely shocked to find that this was the power of time. In this world, there actually existed someone capable of controlling time. Thump, thump. Long's heart started pulsing in a lively manner. Blankly, Long reopened his eyes, evidently not understanding what had happened. The old man pointed at the empty air. Next, the earlier scene replayed itself in Long's brain. Evidently, he was too lazy to explain what had happened. Hence, he employed such a simple method to let Long know what had happened. Long knelt down to express his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This was a genuine expert. He could sense that the power of this senior was much higher than all those so-called A-class experts. That terrifying power of his was sufficient to plant fear in anyone. No worries. The old man shook his head slightly. I merely felt the bloodline of an old friend from your body. However feeble and impure bloodline is, it's still my old friend's bloodline. Bloodline. Long shivered as he recovered his cool. His bloodline was the giant dragon's bloodline. However, how was it possible for this old man's old friend to be a giant dragon? One had to know that the era where the giant dragon was alive was. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled that this old man here controlled the power of time. Did that not signify immortality? If that was the case, it wouldn't be odd for this old man to have had a giant dragon as a friend, even if giant dragons had only been alive during that era. Long's emotions surged. He knew that this might be a gargantuan fortuitous encounter he had stumbled upon. Long knelt on the ground. I earnestly beg for Senior's guidance. Whatever. The old man sighed. Since we met, this can be considered as fate. My old friend had been gone for a very long time. If you are able to once again display the same splendor belonging to him, it can serve as a consolation. Since that's the case, let me awake the bloodline within your body. The bizarre radiance started swirling around. As his emotions surged, Long kowtowed to express his gratitude. Many thanks. He knew that this was a gargantuan fortuitous encounter for him. From now onward, he would be reincarnated as a giant dragon. He would probably be the very first possessor of a true giant dragon's bloodline among the Long family. The old man waved his hand. Long could feel the genes within his body burning. He knew it. He was returning to his roots. This was the power of time. Since you have reawakened your bloodline, do not forget to pass on this bloodline to the future generations. In this world, you are his sole heir. At that, the faint voice of the old man vanished together with his body, as if he had never appeared here. Amidst the snowy ground, only Long remained, undergoing a body evolution. Power swirled around him as he completed his evolution. His heart was overwhelmed by emotion. From today onward, his new identity would be the heir of the giant dragon. Those people such as Chen Feng and Qin Hai and even the Long with the past were merely things that he would surpass. Ha 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 ha. Let me take a look at my present prowess. Howl. Long tried activating the power of a dragon. However, it couldn't be found. Confused. Long started observing his own body. Immediately, his expression changed abruptly. This was because he had alarmingly found that the entire dragon's bloodline in his body had disappeared. Only a never-before-seen bloodline was left coursing within him. Could it be? With an unbelieving expression, Long continued studying this bloodline. That's right, he had indeed inherited a formidable bloodline. That old man had indeed reconstructed his bloodline. However, that old man's good friend, the one who had seemingly died a very long time ago, was simply not a giant dragon. Rather, it was the owner of that lizard skull they had been lugging around earlier. In other words, he was now a lizard. After a long time, a bitter shout soared up to the heavens. Old man, FCKU. Chen Feng and the rest returned to Star City. His success in bringing Qin Hai back kicked off a huge uproar online. Countless people were discussing this. Currently, Chen Feng was summarizing his gains during this period. 1. Luck Aura's upgrade. His present luck aura had become much more powerful after undergoing 2 upgrades. Whether it was lockdown or alarm, both worked much better now. 2. Methods of using energy equipment. With Lady Xiao's help, Chen Feng's combat power had increased significantly after learning 2 unique methods of operating energy equipment: body separation and self-eruption. When used in tandem with his myriad illusionary wind blade, which was capable of unleashing a multitude of different genetic abilities, Chen Feng was now capable of nearly everything. His combat power had now increased significantly. Naturally, these methods had only given him a multi-purpose power and a formidable combat power. However, the moment he faced a power that exceeded what he could presently handle, he would still be helpless. For example, B-class. If I were to go all out, I should be able to reach a power equivalent to a C-class. Chen Feng deducted. He himself was already a middle-tier D-class. With 3,000 points of spiritual energy and an energy equipment assembled by his myriad illusionary wind blade, his combat power would reach C-class, giving him the ability to skip his current D-class to challenge those of C-class. However, this was far from enough for him. He inhaled deeply. C-class? In a true war, C-classes were mere cannon fodder. He thought of the recent frozen sea tundra incident. Even the A-class Lahao had suffered great damage, and the A-class Yitong's face had been disfigured. Apart from that, countless B-class and C-class had been lost. Next, he thought of the upcoming Star City battle. Chen Feng closed his eyes. The apocalypse-like scene once again reappeared in his mind. That darkness, that grief, that petite silhouette blocking in front of him, and also the ultimate destruction of Star City. Time, Chen Feng muttered. He did not have much time left. In a single year, he had to reach A-class. Only by reaching A-class could he qualify to have an impact on the upcoming war. Regardless of defeat or victory, at the very least, he would be qualified to partake in the war. At least, he would not need Wang Yao to block in front of him. And if he wanted to reach A-class, he needed to break through at least 1 tier per month. High-tier D-class. Peak D-class, breaking through into C-class, middle-tier C-class, high-tier C-class. Peak B-class, and breaking through into A-class. A total 11 tiers for him to break through. That final A-class breakthrough would be extremely difficult. Under normal circumstances, this was simply an impossible mission. To break through any one of these tiers, even if it was a tier of D-class, it would be very common for someone to take 1 whole year. Now, Chen Feng was actually aiming to break through 11 tiers in a single year. This was simply a pipe dream, something no one would believe. Naturally, Chen Feng did not need the belief of others. He had only taken several months to become the current him, which was a master producer who was well known throughout the world. From a mere student who did not have anything. Was this a feat anyone else could accomplish? His very existence was a miracle in itself. If so, his new goal was now clear. His eyes started shining. Within this month, he had to charge to high-tier D-class from his current middle-tier D-class. In other words, his 3,000 points of spiritual energy needed to reach 6,000 points. Even though this was an incredibly difficult feat, that did not necessarily mean that he had zero chance of accomplishing it. Gene strengthening. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. By means of hunting mutated beasts, he could increase his attributes. This was something nearly impossible for other producers. However, when it came to Chen Feng, this was something extremely simple. His target, timber raccoons. After preparing a bunch of gene reagents and his peril rebirth, Chen Feng set out to improve himself. Time passed quietly. For the whole month, Chen Feng struggled arduously. For the whole month, Chen Feng transcended classes to challenge those of a higher class. Gene strengthening using timber raccoons was much harder than Chen Feng had imagined. The first difficulty was due to the attribute selection. The dangers of gene strengthening were not only due to the mutated beasts that moved in groups, there was also the aspect of attribute selection. If the attribute of the chosen beast was too much higher than his own, it would become extremely dangerous. This was even more so the case for Chen Feng, who had an extremely high spirit attribute, whereas his other attributes were comparatively low. Even for a timber raccoon with 3,000 points of spirit attribute, their other attributes would be at a range of 500 to 600 points. However, an ordinary genetic warrior's secondary attributes would be incredibly low compared to their main attribute. Hence, he not only needed to select a mutated beast with a spirit attribute 1 to 100 points higher than his, the other three secondary attributes of the chosen mutated beast needed to be only a bit higher than his as well. This was an extremely difficult thing to achieve. Initially, Chen Feng had believed that, with his luck aura locking onto those timber raccoons, it would be extremely easy for him. However, he had never expected that his actual enemy would be the huge amount of timber raccoon hunters. With great difficulty, he finally locked onto a timber raccoon. However, when he arrived, the timber raccoon had already been killed by others. There were also several times where he finally found a suitable timber raccoon with great difficulty, only to find that the timber raccoon he'd found was actually a corpse that was on a grill with condiments all over its body and the smell of spice drifting through the air. That very moment, his feeling was something that words couldn't describe. After going through this month of hardship, Chen Feng was now looking wan and jaundiced. Fortunately, he had still managed to reach his goal before the end of the month. Naturally, luck value and the endless spiritual energy replenishment items supplied to him by the Gene Production Association played a role in this as well. Energy exhaustion was not a problem he needed to worry about. Improving. Chen Feng was extremely clear on what his goal was. Finally, in a month, he reached high tier D class. Spirit attribute, 6,000 points. Physique attribute, 1,000 points. Agility attribute, 1,000 points. Strength attribute, 1,000 points. His initial target had been reached. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. I can finally leave this damnable place. He glanced at the timber raccoon's habitat that was filled with human. Everywhere, people were shouting, recruiting for scouts for their timber raccoon hunting squad. The reason for him leaving was mainly due to timber raccoons being too weak for him now. Not all timber raccoons would mutate, and not all timber raccoons would be as powerful as a timber raccoon leader. Hence, the limit for an ordinary timber raccoon's spirit attribute would be 6,000 points. Chen Feng had been looking for 2 days, yet not a single suitable mutated beast could be found. Going forward, he could only rely on himself. His next goal, reaching peak D class from high tier D class. Based on the official standards, he needed to increase his 6,000 points of spirit attribute to 9,000 points. Once again, a 3,000 point increase was required. For the current Chen Feng that could no longer perform gene strengthening, this was simply too difficult. The time limit for him was still the same. 1 month. For 11 tiers, 12 months were allocated for himself. Apart from the 2 months allocated for the A-class breakthrough, the other tiers needed to be broken through in 1 month each. This was the limit he'd set for himself. Only with this could he reach A-class before the Star City War. Only with this could he become stronger. If he couldn't even accomplish all this, Chen Feng shook his head. He started preparing for his next breakthrough. At the same time, he received Hu Liang's transmission. The affairs concerning Zhuo Xiaoru's identity and the frozen sea tundra incident had been handled accordingly. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. It's done. Due to Zhuo Xiaoru's special identity, both her and Qin Hai had been kept at Star City as they waited for the investigation result pertaining to the mysterious organization. Chen Feng turned his screen on. The first message he received was, the investigation on Zhuo Xiaoru's identity was completed. Qin Hai has received special approval to enter the Gene Production Association's headquarters. Despite the fact that Chen Feng has not completed any mission this time around, due to his outstanding contribution, a special reward shall be awarded to him. Another reward. Chen Feng's eyes shone. At the main building of the Gene Production Association, Chen Feng collected his reward, a reward normally allotted for completion of the highest ranked missions. This was a special reward. As Chen Feng had not accepted any mission this time, it had been classified as a unique contribution to the organization. Hence, this reward had not been sent to him directly. That, coupled with the rules of the association, meant the reward he received was limited to the reward for the highest ranked mission he could accept at his present rank. Your current rank. The staff member blanked. Master Producer? That's right. Master Producer. Chen Feng was merely a D class. Hence, the level of missions one could receive at this rank were quite low. However, his previous Master Producer's certification had instead increased the level of missions he could now accept. As such, the level of missions he could currently accept was extremely high. Hence, reward allotted to him, any chosen C-class Formula X1. C-class. Any chosen formula. Chen Feng's emotions surged. He was too clear on the weight of this reward. The crux was not the C-class or the stars of the formula. The crux was the any chosen formula in the reward description. With this, he would be able to make his selection as he wished from the huge gene bank, choosing his very own strongest gene, selecting the strongest formula. Back then, for a single mission with any chosen D-class formula as the reward, Chen Feng had had to confront the Dark Freak, threading on the edge of death. This time, he had surprisingly received an any chosen C-class formula as the reward for his latest contribution. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Any chosen formula. Chen Feng licked his dry lips. With this, the fusion gene reagent he would require after breaking through into C-class was thus settled. Granted, he had not yet reached the limit of D-class, nor had he broken through. However, getting his hands on the fusion formula in advance would serve as a confidence booster for him. Now he could put his full focus on increasing his strength before proceeding to break through directly into C-class. His eyes shone. Naturally, the main reason for such a glorious reward he gained was due to Zhuo Xiaoru, the assassin of that mysterious organization. Due to Zhuo Xiaoru's defection and arrival at Star City with Qin Hai, their side had obtained more information pertaining to that mysterious organization. This was considered a type of contribution. The male seduction trick is actually so useful. Chen Feng lamented. If only you had known this earlier, Qin Hai, you could have. Scram. Qin Hai glared at him. What a troublemaker. You are here. Hu Liang smiled when he saw their arrival and said, come with me. All right. They followed him. Surprisingly, despite the smile on Hu Liang's face, a tinge of helplessness could be seen on it as well. It seemed like something was wrong. Something happened? Qin Hai whispered. Probably. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Could this be related to that incident that was about to happen in a year? I knew I wouldn't be able to keep this a secret from you two. Hu Liang sighed and paused before he continued. This is related to Lady Xiaoru. Oh? Chen Feng and Qin Hai were curious. Xiaoru. Could there be some problem with her? Only when they reached the monitoring cabin and once again saw Xiaoru did they find out what the problem was. The whole cabin was in a mess. Several rooms had been destroyed. There were even several injured people there, howling in grief while Zhuo Xiaoru was chained onto a chair by a multitude of shackles. What happened? Chen Feng's and Qin Hai's expression changed greatly. Just as they were about to ask Hu Liang about this, Zhuo Xiaoru raised her head. When they met her gaze, the familiar gentleness was nowhere to be seen. Instead, only an ice-cold killing intent could be felt. Her icy gaze landed on them. Who are you? Qin Hai was stunned. Have you forgotten me? Who are you? Zhuo Xiaoru's expression was ice-cold. HMPH. Are you someone from the Gene Production Association? Interesting. Although I have no idea what methods you guys employed to capture me. Don't help to get any information from me, Zhuo Xiaoru said coldly. Question mark. Qin Hai and Chen Feng blanked. Memory loss? They shifted their gaze toward Hu Liang. This guy here couldn't have used some extreme interrogation method on her, right? Don't look at me that way. Hu Liang rolled his eyes. Lady Xiaoru was a guest here. Every day, she would come here on time to talk to us. Who would dare to extort a confession out of her? Every interrogation was supervised. If you want, you can watch the surveillance recordings at any time. However, this time around, when we started talking about that organization, this happened. Is that so? Qin Hai looked into her eyes. There, only endless killing intent welcomed him. What happened to her? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, Lady Xiao will be extremely disappointed if she finds out you are acting this way. Xiao frowned. Who's that? Chen Feng and Qin Hai exchanged glances as an odd feeling crept up their hearts. She did not remember Xiao. Had she lost all her memories? But she clearly still remembered that organization. Why? Was this due to the battle at the snow tundra? Suddenly, Qin Hai's heart ached. Recently, he had mingled around frequently with Xiaoru. This foolish young lady had always foolishly stayed by his side. But now, even if he did not feel any sort of romance toward Xiaoru, he could not allow her to stay in this condition. This foolish young lady had only turned out this way as a cost of saving him. Nope, Qin Hai roared inwardly. He would not allow Lady Xiaoru to stay this way. Based on what Xiaoru had said previously, it had taken her 3 whole years to transform herself from an ice-cold killing machine into a normal human being. How had she turned back into the previous her? Is it due to memory loss? Qin Hai had a resolute expression. Although he would not give her his body to thank her, the fact remained that this young lady had saved him. He would not allow her to stay in this condition. Qin Hai held her hand. Xiaoru, look at me. Xiaoru's gaze swirled around before finally landing on Qin Hai's eyes. Suddenly, a tinge of emotion seemed to appear within. Qin Hai's emotions surged. You remember me? No, there is some gums in your eyes, Xiaoru said indifferently. Qin Hai, if you guys are trying to use the male seduction trick on me. A smile appeared on Xiaoru's face as she pointed at the Chen Feng that was standing there doing nothing. I prefer that kind of youngster. You are too old for my liking. Qin Hai was dumbstruck. All old? Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Wait. Old? He looked at that awfully serious expression of Xiaoru and abruptly asked, Lady Xiaoru, we won't be asking you about the organization. Can you at least tell us how old are you this year? Me, 15 years old, she said indifferently. Her delicate-looking face appeared extremely serious. She did not seem to be faking it. However, everyone else was immediately alarmed. 15 years old? They continued asking a bunch of questions before finally confirming the fact that Xiaoru had indeed lost her memories. A whole 3 years' worth of memories were gone. And this had happened here, within this star city, the holy land of gene producers. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Was this caused by someone else? Or doesn't seem so. Hu Liang shook his head. Due to her unique identity, every single movement of hers in Star City was supervised at all times. So far, no one has made any moves on her. For her to behave this way, Hu Liang contemplated. This looks more like the work of some mysterious restriction. When her words and thoughts touched upon a certain topic, that topic acted as the trigger for the restriction to activate on her, causing her to lose her memory. So that's the case. Everyone came to a sudden realization. That's right. This might be the very reason that organization had remained unknown after so many years. This was also the only way they could maintain their mysteriousness. Quickly, everyone understood what had happened. However, when they once again performed a scan on Xiaoru, an even more astonishing thing was discovered. Based on the data, the age of Xiaoru's physical body was indeed currently 15 years old. Their Xiaoru before their eyes was genuinely 15 years old. Their expressions changed greatly. What actually happened? Nobody had any idea. None of them had ever expected something so meddlesome to happen during a seemingly ordinary questioning session. For an issue to crop up with Xiaoru's body age and memories. Is it possible that she was lying about her age previously? Chen Feng asked. Qin Hai rejected that firmly. No, even if he had never met Xiaoru before, he was nevertheless somewhat familiar with her information. She was indeed 18 years old this year, so how had this 15-year-old body appeared? When they took a good look at her, do you all not notice that she seems tinier now? Someone said suddenly. Chen Feng studied her and felt like that was indeed the case. Her tits got smaller. Hu Liang's expression changed slightly. Surveillance recording. The surveillance recording of Xiaoru before this had happened was taken out. There, a more mature version of Xiaoru could be clearly seen. In the video, she was still a young lady. However, her physical appearance was obviously more mature compared to now. In the video, just as their conversation touched upon a certain previous encounter of hers, she hesitated momentarily before she suddenly started raging. Chen Feng's eyes shone. It's here. That single second was split into countless frames before they could finally see that Xiaoru's body had, within a single second, turned younger. That was the power of time. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. There truly existed someone in this world who had grasped to the power of time. Moreover, that power was triggered merely because Zhuo Xiaoru had encountered and seen something. This is truly. What had she seen? Everyone was alarmed. They knew that this mysterious organization was probably hiding an even more terrifying secret. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoru was kept behind. Even after showing her the surveillance recordings multiple times to prove what they were telling her, she still refused to believe what they said. Hence, the association had no choice but to put her under a temporary house arrest. Despite the term house arrest being used, in fact, everything Zhuo Xiaoru wanted was still given to her as before. The only difference was her restricted freedom for safety reasons. I will cure you, Qin Hai said seriously. This uncle here, using an old male to seduce me won't work. Zhuo Xiaoru was very serious as well. Qin Hai. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Naturally, despite this issue with Zhuo Xiaoru's body, from their casual chat, they had still managed to obtain some new information pertaining to that organization. For example, the name. What is their name? Qin Hai's killing intent surged. Sooner or later, he would root out this sinister organization. Hu Liang sighed. Mysterious organization. I know. My question is, what's their name? Qin Hai asked. Hu Liang paused before, with a forced smile on his face, he said, their name is Mysterious Organization. Shwa. The mood seemed to freeze. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. He finally understood why they had failed to even get a clue on the name of that organization after all this while. So the fact was, this wasn't due to their failures during investigation. Rather, it was a name that even if it was spelled out to them, they would still not imagine that this was the actual name of the organization. They had always believed that this was simply a nickname. What a bunch of scammers. Chen Feng was too tired to even berate this. What stupid name is this? Mysterious organization. Qin Hai muttered. From the moment the Qin family had been destroyed, he'd had an unresolved grudge toward this organization. Coupled with the present Zhuo Xiaoru incident, he vowed to not let this organization off. Wait. Suddenly, Chen Feng's vigilance flared up. Since Xiaoru didn't reveal any information regarding that organization, why are you guys rewarding me? He simply knew Hu Liang too well. Previously, this guy had been using the Dark Freak to trick him, telling him all those things like saving the world and the like. What had the end result been? That so-called Dark Freak was simply something insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Cough cough. Hu Liang coughed. Am I such a scammer? What do you think? Chen Feng looked at him in alarm. Let me tell you this in advance. Since I have already taken the reward, I will not return it. Hu Liang, we won't take it back from you. Hu Liang's face darkened. Regardless of what happened to Zhuo Xiaoru, at the very least, it will appear to outsiders that we have found out everything from her. We are giving our enemy a false impression. Putting on such an act is still something we need to do. So that's the case. Chen Feng was enlightened. Putting on a play? This was something he was good at. Naturally, as for you. Hu Liang paused. There's a new mission. I reject it. Chen Feng rejected without a slightest trace of politeness. Hu Liang, this. Chen Feng wasn't giving him any face at all. Qin Hai laughed as he signaled Chen Feng with his eyes, at least listen about it. Fine. Chen Feng shrugged. Then, old man which world crisis is happening this time that requires our rescue? Or perhaps some demon king has been born? This damn kid. Hu Liang rolled his eyes. However, since they were now talking about the mission, he recovered his seriousness. This mission is somewhat unique. It is not a mission of our Gene Production Association. Instead, it is a support mission sent to us from the Genetic Union, Hu Liang said seriously. Genetic Union? Chen Feng's interest was piqued. Do you still remember that, previously, we applied to initiate an operation to rescue Qin Hai? Although you returned with him, after 1 month of discussion, the Genetic Union decided to go ahead with the operation, the target being frozen sea tundra. They are planning to explore and develop the entire snow tundra and build a brand new camp there, Hu Liang said with an overcast tone. At this, the hearts of Chen Feng and the rest trembled. New camp? The type of camp where one could reach with a single iron cloud ride? The type where one could go out for explorations at any time? But how was that possible? To develop a new camp, the danger level had to be ascertained first. For example, dragons passing mountain, clear details of the legends surrounding that area, the classes of the mutated beasts there, and the danger zones there. All this information had to be investigated thoroughly. One had to know that the unknown would always be the scariest thing. Even for the area with the lowest danger level, one had to also first figure out what existed within that area. This was the core requirement for the formation of a genetic union camp. Things such as which areas were suitable for the exploration of those in A class and which areas were suitable for the exploration of those in E class, etc. These all needed to be figured out. Why had they failed to build a camp at a forbidden area all this while? The reason was simple. Due to the unknown dangers there, one would never know precisely how dangerous that place was. At a place where even an A class might die at any moment, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to survive there. Opening up the frozen sea tundra for humanity. Was that possible? Within that frozen sea were countless unknown life forms. An example would be those elusive huge life forms. He was simply too clear on the dangers of that place. Hence, the assistance of you guys is required. Hu Liang looked at Chen Feng. Anything pertaining to the snow tundra can be left to the genetic union. Regardless of how powerful those life forms are, they are, after all, still living beings. However, as for the frozen sea, those unknown regions within the sea are something even the genetic union is helpless against. Hence, this will have to rely on you, as only you are able to remain safe and sound under the water. Earnestly, Hu Liang dangled the carrot. Naturally, for this unique joint mission, an astonishing reward will be issued by them. If you are interested, think about it. It will be the same as how it was when you brought Qin Hai back. Just bring Qin Hai along and take a vacation under the sea. See how simple this is? You only need to record whatever you see down there. If it is ascertained that there are no formidable life forms residing down there, we can directly freeze the whole frozen sea, transforming that place into an area of exploration where humans can walk. Hu Liang inhaled deeply, freezing it. This was the same fashion in which the ice river had been handled back then. This was also the most optimal method of dealing with it. Naturally, this was with the premise that there were no overly formidable life forms residing underneath the sea. Otherwise, the barrier painstakingly erected by the genetic union would simply be reduced to a joke. Hence, for this mission, Chen Feng's help was required. Let me think about it, Chen Feng muttered. If it was the frozen sea, with his current capabilities, if he were to only observe the type of life forms down there, it shouldn't pose too much trouble. Most importantly, regardless of the genetic union or gene production association, the rewards issued for a mission of this magnitude would not be lacking. This was especially true for the rewards issued by the genetic union. Since the main focus of the genetic union was to improve one's combat prowess, the reward would probably be. Chen Feng was tempted. Fine, I accept this mission. Good. Hu Liang was gratified. Then prepare to go underwater. Chen Feng. Why does this sentence feel so weird? I seem to recall that the term go underwater is also used for a certain profession. The next day, Chen Feng formally went underwater. In an unexpected twist, as this news was released to the public, it raised an uproar on the internet. Countless people were requesting links. Do you know what go underwater means? No. Chen Feng went underwater. What? He's filming that stuff. Similar conversations were happening everywhere. Fortunately, the new camp project of the genetic union was announced soon after. With that, the public found out that Chen Feng was actually going underwater as an explorer to reconnoiter the terrain there. Finer details of the project were not announced for now. So it's this version of went underwater they were referring to. The genetic union is opening a new camp. I'm totally looking forward to that. Everyone's emotions surged. This was one of those pieces of news that couldn't be kept secret even if they wanted it to be, as the frozen sea tundra was currently under the attention of a lot of people due to the Qin Hai incident. Currently, countless experts of the genetic union were flooding the frozen sea tundra, creating quite a scene there. Without a care about the mysterious organization, they blockaded the entirety of the huge frozen sea. Countless experts surrounded the sea, providing the most optimal environment for Chen Feng to go underwater. In actuality, the genetic union had long ago developed a submarine that could survive the dissolving power of this frozen sea. However, their biggest problem was the fact that these submarines they'd developed would be attacked after going underwater. After all, these submarines were alien existences for the life forms in the frozen sea. Moreover, some of them even viewed these submarines as threats. Hence, that bizarre purple energy of Chen Feng's had now become extremely useful. To be safe, this time around, Chen Feng would be using a true miniature submarine to go underwater. All sorts of monitoring tools and essential items for daily life had already been prepared in the submarine. Apart from that, an endless supply of energy would be supplied to Chen Feng. The only thing Chen Feng needed to do was use his purple energy to keep this submarine safe. Initially, Chen Feng had been planning to bring Qin Hai along. However, as this mission wasn't issued to Qin Hai, he wouldn't be receiving any rewards for his participation, and he wouldn't be of much help anyway. Qin Hai had ultimately decided to stay back and continue trying to change Zhuo Xiaoru's mind instead. Naturally, based on her current circumstance, the more accurate term for what Qin Hai was attempting was instigating a rebellion against the mysterious organization. Chen Feng alone had enough tasks to keep him busy. Besides that, he was truly not well versed on the operation of a submarine. Hence, the Genetic Union had arranged for additional manpower to go down with Chen Feng. However, exceeding all of Chen Feng's expectations, the additional manpower sent to him was actually his old friend, Xf. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Why would this guy be here? He had initially believed that he would never have a chance to cross paths with Xf's group ever again. Xf was behaving somewhat awkwardly. Only after some casual chatter did Xf tell him what had happened. So it turned out that, after going his separate way from Chen Feng previously, he'd felt that his strength had been too weak and his speed of improvement too slow. Hence, he'd started crying for help by pestering his family without stop. Since his family was still considerably wealthy, they had finally exhausted countless financial resources to help Xf join the Genetic Union as an employee in the hope that he would have some fortuitous encounter in the process. Normally, he wouldn't get any chances to do anything. However, for this mission, everyone else was unwilling to come and take such a risk. As such, he'd managed to grab a spot in this mission. Chen Feng. What could he say to this? This guy had truly pushed himself hard. You actually regret your hair. Surprising Chen Feng, after a while of not seeing Xf, some hair had actually grown on that bald head of Xf's. Currently, it greatly resembled a military-style shortcut. Xf was feeling proud. I have finally broken the curse your family's lie cast on me. Be careful lest you got burned once again, Chen Feng said petulantly. Xf responded with an awkward laugh. Soon, the Genetic Union finished their preparations. Glang, glang. One after another, huge apparatuses of the Genetic Union were placed near the frozen sea. A multitude of light screens appeared. On these screens was all the data those apparatuses detected. Data matching. Matching complete. Submarine inspection. Inspection complete. Test recording. Test complete. One green light after another lit up. Finally, all the tests were passed. Everything is operating normally. We can start. Good. The submarine split the water apart as Chen Feng started sinking underwater within that submarine. Just as those from the Genetic Union had said, this submarine indeed survived the dissolving power of the sea. Is this built using special materials? Chen Feng contemplated. However, just to be safe, he still enveloped the submarine with a layer of purple energy. The submarine would provide their daily life necessities, whereas Chen Feng would be responsible for the submarine's safety under the sea. The purple submarine started sinking. Some life forms of the frozen sea saw this and chose to get out of the way hastily as a response. Evidently, as far as they were concerned, that purple radiance was something they should not touch. The recorder was turned on. Within the submarine, a screen was linked with those from the Genetic Union. Their signals were perfectly aligned, and with that, everyone above could clearly see what was underwater. A map was opened. A small part of the map was painted in blue, while the rest was all in black. The blue part is the area we have probed. Xf pointed at the map and read the records he had. Only 10% of the area has been probed so far. For this 10% progress alone, it cost us several tens of submarines. Is that so? Chen Feng contemplated. The submarine started approaching the areas that had yet to be probed. A noiseless undulation dispersed around the submarine. Everywhere it passed, its vicinity would be fully recorded. On the map, it could be seen that the blue area was increasing without stop. Their progress increased without stop. 15%, 20%, 25%. At the Genetic Union, Countless people were exclaiming in admiration, "This is fast." They had tried increasing their progress countless times in the past, even when they had been extremely careful. Every single trip of theirs had always been filled with difficulty. A single carelessness and they would be smashed away by some life form of the frozen sea. Moreover, casualties would also arise from any slight carelessness. As for Chen Feng, none of these were a concern. The progress increased without stop. C-class life form, B-class life form, C-class life form. One alien life form after another was recorded. What gave everyone a relief was the fact that despite these detected life forms being powerful, they had yet to reach a level so powerful they couldn't be contended against. The only reason these life forms could be so vicious was due to this being the frozen sea. Among them, the strongest were merely peak B-class. It could be concluded that this was a place that they could afford to develop for humanity. 80%, 85%. We'll succeed soon. Everyone was emotional. The forbidden area that they had coveted for many years was about to be opened up to them. Currently, within the sea, Chen Feng and Xif were controlling the submarine as they headed toward the deepest area underwater that were previously unexplored. That was the final 10% of the map. The water noiselessly split apart as the submarine swam through. Bang! Suddenly, a dazzling radiance appeared. An immense pair of eyes that resembled a lantern opened at the seabed, and their gaze landed on the submarine. Not good. Immediately, the expressions of Chen Feng and Xif changed greatly. They had been discovered. Xif had a solemn expression. Be careful. He had seen the records of the previous attempts by the Genetic Union. Every single casualty they had suffered previously had happened after being discovered by the life forms of the frozen sea. He had initially believed that this would not happen this time. Had Chen Feng's purple energy failed? This thing. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. The purple energy was supposed to be extremely effective against the life forms of the frozen sea. As long as they were a life form of the frozen sea, they would definitely avoid this thing. That was because it was ingrained in their brains that this thing here was similar to those reefs of this sea. For life forms not of the frozen sea, this purple energy would be completely ineffective. That's right, life forms not of the frozen sea. Finally, the body of that terrifying huge pair of eyes appeared. When they get a clear look at it, they found that it was actually a huge tortoise with light swirling all over its body. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. It's him, Duma, that damnable huge tortoise. It had actually appeared at this place. At the Genetic Union, everyone watched from their screen as the submarine advanced without stop. Just as the progress reached 90%, against everyone's expectations, a crisis appeared. That gigantic red glow and that terrifying size. Something is going to happen. Their expressions changed greatly. This place was filled with experts. If this was any other place, they could simply smash that tortoise's shell anytime they wanted. However, the current crisis was taking place underneath the frozen sea. That was a place where they would not be of much help. As of now, the only thing they could do was pray that Chen Feng and Xif would be able to escape successfully. They were all anxious. Currently, from the screen, it could be seen that the tortoise was approaching the submarine. Xif was horrified. What damnable thing is this? Stop! Chen Feng commanded abruptly. Immediately, the submarine halted all activity and floated amid the water. They were hoping that with this, that huge tortoise would overlook them. However, from the seemingly lively eyes of that tortoise, it appeared that this tortoise was in a deep thought about something. Suddenly, the gaze from that pair of eyes seemed to pierce through the submarine and the layer of purple energy to directly land on Chen Feng. It had discovered Chen Feng. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Damn it, I've been found out. At that instant, he could vividly feel that a terrifying power abruptly started throbbing within his heart. That seemed to be the exact moment the tortoise's gaze locked onto him. Go, Chen Feng said without the slightest hesitation. All right. Xif hastily activated the submarine. Bang! Transforming into a purple flash, the submarine streaked away and vanished noiselessly. However, with a loud sound, that huge tortoise caught up to them easily in a split second. Xif's soul chilled. What damnable speed is this? Bang! The gigantic body of that tortoise smashed into their submarine. Glang! Glang! The submarine shook without stop and the screen in the submarine blinked unceasingly. The people from the Genetic Union could only watch on as this happened. They were so nervous it was as if some invisible hand was gripping their hearts. Subsequently, after another impactful collision into the submarine by the tortoise, The screen that was hovering mid-air darkened. The connection had been severed. Their hearts thumped. Something happened. What should we do? They exchanged glances, blank expressions on their faces. So the act of opening up the frozen sea tundra for humanity was a feat that was out of their present capability after all. They stared at the distant frozen sea. Chen Feng and Xif were obviously in a crisis, but that huge tortoise was obviously not too powerful. However, none of them were capable of going down there. The person in charge of this mission abruptly said, "Dispatch another submarine over here." What? Everyone else was shocked. There was clearly a huge tortoise in there. "Bring our latest torpedo over here as well." The person in charge had a vicious expression on his face. Despite something happening to Chen Feng and Xif, they nevertheless still brought us valuable information pertaining to this sea. At the very least, 90% of the map has been properly examined. If there's only this single damnable old tortoise in the remaining 10% region of the sea, I will ensure that this tortoise will pay dearly. Roger. Everyone else sunk into a solemn mood. We had an escape mode installed on the submarine. Hopefully, they are safe. Everyone prayed. Currently, at the depths of the frozen sea, the tortoise was still furiously knocking against the submarine. The damage dealt to the recording device was merely the start. Everything within the submarine's interior had been messed up. Even Chen Feng and Xif were dizzy from all the knocking around. That tortoise was knocking against the submarine without stop. Damn it. Chen Feng inhaled deeply as he calmed his mind. Ding, ding. Red light blinked. Energy crisis. Recommended to activate escape mode now, an ice-cold mechanical voice prompted. What's an escape mode? Chen Feng asked. That thing is not much help here. Xif smiled bitterly. That was a mode where all the energy of the submarine would be condensed to shoot the inner cabin of the submarine out. Theoretically, this mode is capable of shooting us straight to the shore. But currently, Xif paused, sighing. We're too deep underwater. Their depth was not the only issue. There was also the endless amount of life forms in this frozen sea that would pose them problems. Here, the usefulness of the escape mode was severely restricted. Without Chen Feng's purple energy, the inner cabin traveling at a high speed under escape mode would simply be crushed by the life forms here. Furthermore, the amount of energy left to them was simply not sufficient to send them to the shore all the way from their current depth. On top of that, would this damnable tortoise here let them off easily? Escape mode. Xif tried simulating the escape. Shwa, shwa, shwa. More than 10 escape routes were shown by the system. After analysis, the system projected that all these routes would end up in failure. The probability of them dying was 98%. Now there was simply no way out for them. Routes? Chen Feng's eyes moved rapidly. Shwa. His luck aura was activated. It was simply too simple if all he required was to select a route for the escape mode to use. 1 point of luck value should be sufficient for this. However, this chosen direction. Chen Feng looked at the direction pointed out by luck aura. That was the deepest region of the frozen sea. The final 5% unexplored region. Xif. Chen Feng inhaled. There. Xif laughed viciously. All right. Since Chen Feng was a person who was very good at creating miracles, in situations such as their current circumstance, he had zero doubts about Chen Feng. He directly set the route toward the direction Chen Feng had pointed at. Bang! The submarine exploded, like an artillery shell. The miniature inner cabin shot out. Only Chen Feng and Xif were contained within the cabin. Bang! The cabin shot forth, kicking off a powerful current as it sliced through the water. The inner cabin shot forth and finally reached the final 5% region. As for Chen Feng and Xif, they were both feeling lightheaded due to the intense trembling of the cabin from the high-speed travel. After a long time, the inner cabin stopped moving. It stopped. They both sunk into a solemn mood. As the inner cabin had been designed as the final safety measure, it was completely sealed. This was even more so when they were in the depths of the frozen sea. Hence, they had no way of seeing what was happening outside the cabin. Where's that huge tortoise? Among this final 5% region, where's our lifeline? Wait. Chen Feng calmed himself. He was sure that if the huge tortoise was still around, it would definitely be knocking on the inner cabin. However, even after waiting for half an hour, they were still safe and sound. Nothing seemed to be happening outside. Xif was pleasantly surprised. We are safe. We should currently be at a certain location in the deepest region of frozen sea, Chen Feng guessed. Since the huge tortoise is no longer after us and the submarine had been damaged, I will create a small submarine with my energy equipment later. Xif nodded. All right. As long as that huge tortoise was not here, their crisis could be considered to have been resolved. However, glang, glang, suddenly, a bizarre sound could be heard from outside the cabin. What? Chen Feng's muscles tensed immediately. Something is out there. Xif was anxious. Could this be that huge tortoise? Chen Feng shook his head. I don't think so. If it was truly that tortoise, a single knock would be sufficient to smash them out of the cabin. Without the outer hull, this cabin would simply be shattered with a single knock. An inner cabin at this level simply couldn't resist against that tortoise's knock. Hence, this should be some ordinary life form of the frozen sea. Let me produce my submarine first, Chen Feng decided promptly. Even if the materials used to construct the inner cabin were capable of resisting the sea's dissolving power, sooner or later, some frozen sea life form would definitely smash it apart. Hence, it was simply impossible for them to avoid danger by staying within the cabin. Xuf opened the inner cabin's door. The purple energy produced through his myriad illusionary wind blade was ready in his hands. He had thoroughly prepared to face a battle. However, when the cabin's door was opened, he was shocked. Outside the cabin, several silhouettes were poking the cabin. When they saw Chen Feng, they were similarly shocked to the point their bodies trembled. Those are humans. There are humans here. Abruptly, Chen Feng looked around. Along with the aroma of fresh air that assailed his nostrils, what welcomed his sight were buildings that were in a picturesque disorder and countless alarmed gazes staring at him. There was actually a village here at the depths of the frozen sea? Exclamation mark. You all. Just as Chen Feng was about to start talking, an alarmed shout interrupted him. Who? A huge net produced from unique materials appeared out of nowhere and wrapped up the inner cabin. Before Chen Feng and Xuf could leave the cabin, they were trapped together in the net as well. Next, a multitude of people appeared, carrying forks of all shapes in their hands and eyeing Chen Feng viciously. These people. Chen Feng's heart leapt. Only now did he notice that, although these people appeared human, each and every one of them was slightly different compared to a normal human. The more accurate term for these people was mutants. From the crowd, an octopus mutant with something like a placenta on his head could be seen. There was also a humanoid with pink skin and a sharp head that looked like a sharpened pencil. All the life forms here appeared bizarre, seemingly human yet not human. Chen Feng tried using the energy in his body, but it was ineffective. This was a village at the depths of the frozen sea, so it fell under the restriction of the frozen sea. Under the frozen sea's effect, all sorts of abilities would be dissolved before they could take any form. Hence, it was simply impossible for any abilities to be used here, unless suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, the huge net tightened. Chen Feng and Xif were directly hoisted up. Xif was horrified. Damn, what the heck is this? Chen Feng shook his head. God knows, who could have imagined that such life forms existed at the depths of the frozen sea? He had also never expected that, after escaping from the tortoise, he would meet with another life-threatening crisis. These guys. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The only hope he could cling on to was that these people understood their language. Hello, hello. Hello, big brother. Xif started shooting his mouth off. Ha ha ha, that pair of hands you got looks quite interesting. It looks like a boxing glove. Ha ha. What gene have you fused with to have this kind of mutation? Not talking? Let me take a guess. Crab. I'm correct, am I right? Ha ha. And you? The yellow-colored guy. Xif spouted nonsense without stop. Surprisingly, at this moment, someone walked over and glanced at him before saying coldly, "Any more nonsense from your mouth and I will slash you down right this moment." Xif was stupefied. Shit, you know how to talk? That guy merely snorted coldly as a response. H-M-P-H. Shwa. They were both carried into the village. Chen Feng took this chance to take in the scenery there. Due to this unique geographical location, the environment here was incredibly beautiful. The village wasn't too big, though. A faint purple-colored defensive barrier was separating the seawater from the village. As such, the village was not invaded by the seawater. But Chen Feng's gaze landed outside the defensive barrier. There, at a certain spot outside the barrier, it could be clearly seen that several buildings were submerged in the seawater and had been reduced into ruins. The only reason those buildings still stood there instead of crumbling was due to the calm waves in the sea. Without a doubt, a slight touch or a slightly stronger wave would be sufficient to cause those buildings to completely crumble. Those structures would probably not last long. Chen Feng contemplated. Those seem newly built. As of now, They had already been carried to the center of the village. The door of a building that opened and a fat old man with beard all over his face walked out. Surprisingly, resting on his shoulder was a dog's head. It greatly resembled the dog face meme, one that had been quite popular online a while back. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Are dogs also a life form of the sea? As for Xuf, he almost burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. These mutants truly look hilarious. However, before he could laugh out loud, that dog head chief looked at them coldly. His next words caused Xuf to lose all the humor he was feeling. Throw them out to feed it. All right, everyone else answered. Sure. Xuf's expression changed greatly. Feed it? What joke was this? He was unsure what exactly these guys were planning. However, from that short sentence, he could see that both he and Chen Feng were now in quite a predicament. This was especially true in a situation where that huge tortoise was still out. Xuf's heart chilled. Are they planning to feed us to that huge tortoise? Sure. A group of mutants dragged them and were about to take them out. However, right at this moment, Xuf suddenly said, "How much longer can your village last?" Sure. All the mutants halted their steps. The dog head chief turned his fat body around slowly and fixed his gaze at Xuf. Foreigner, what do you know? Can I stand? Xuf said helplessly. Let him stand. The dog head chief said. At that, Xuf was temporarily let out of the net, and several forks were aimed straight at his head. He inhaled deeply before looking at the dog head chief. That's simple. I saw some dissolved ruins outside the barrier. If those were something left behind long ago, I think they would have been long gone. However, despite the fact that a portion of the buildings are indeed gone, the whole structure is still intact. This clearly means that these are newly corroded buildings, Xuf said faintly. So that's how you figure it out. The dog head chief nodded slightly. What a keen observation. Xuf felt proud. Naturally, the dog head chief waved his hand. Drag them out to feed it. Sure. Once again, Xuf was stuffed back into the huge net. Xuf was dumbfounded. Even idiots can see that. Do we need you to tell us that? The dog head chief had a cold expression on his face. From your looks, I don't think you can give us any solutions anyway. What's the point of keeping you around? You damnable humans? Xuf's face darkened. What do you mean by from my looks I won't be able to think of a solution? Are you looking down on me with those dog eyes of yours? Actually, Xuf was still thinking of trying something out. Glang. Ignoring them, the group of mutants once again started dragging them out. Lacking any other choices, Chen Feng could only say, perhaps I have a way of resolving your current predicament. Oh? The dog head chief looked at him, doubt in his eyes. How else did we travel through the frozen sea to reach here otherwise? Chen Feng said calmly. Using those things? The dog head chief sneered before saying, take them out. Sure. One rundown submarine after another was dragged out. The pupils of Chen Feng and Xuf shrunk. These were all the unmanned submarines previously sent by the Genetic Union, so they had all arrived here after sinking. Glang, glang. The dog head chief knocked on them. Bang. Those submarines crumbled apart. These things can indeed resist the dissolving power. However, with the strong pressure subjected on them at our current sea level, they can't last long. The dog head chief said coldly. Pressure. Chen Feng was powerless to berate this. An aboriginal of the frozen sea had such knowledge. This was quite excessive, right? The things you humans make are simply jokes in front of Mother Nature. The dog head chief said in disdain. Soon, Chen Feng and Xuf were trapped once again. You humans are the reason for our village's destruction. The dog head chief's eyes were filled with ill intent. All these years, we were always safe and sound here. However, ever since you humans started battling up there, changes started to occur here. There's also that damnable tortoise. It was most certainly something you humans led over here. The dog head chief's eyes were filled with viciousness. As long as humans who enter the sea are killed, that tortoise will naturally leave. After that, we will regain our previous peace. The dog head chief ordered, take them away. The mutants prepared to once again drag Chen Feng and Xuf out. Are you sure? Once again, Chen Feng said, have you never thought of it? If you were to make an incorrect choice, everyone in this village will end up dead. If you can put your trust in me, I might be able to save you all. The dog head chief looked at him. What can you use to save us? This. Chen Feng walked toward the fringe of the village. Since he was walking toward the frozen sea, none tried to stop him. An indistinct purple flicker bloomed from his hands. Next, he inserted his hand into the seawater. Unexpectedly, he was fine. That is, finally. The dog-head chief's expression changed. This young man here possessed such a magical power. Perhaps their village that was on the path of destruction still had a chance. Let me introduce myself. Finally, some importance was placed on these foreigners. Hi, my name is Gali, the chief of Barrier Village. Perhaps this is a name you have heard of. What? The expressions of Chen Feng and Xf changed greatly. Genetic Union? Gali? They had indeed heard of this name. 10 years ago, an A-class expert of the Genetic Union and his underlings had betrayed the Union. 4 A-class celebrity warriors and countless B-class genetic warriors had been killed. This had caused quite a huge uproar back then. Even now, that was still one of the most serious attacks that had ever happened in the history of the Genetic Union. They had initially believed that Gali and his underlings had all died. Never had they imagined that they would encounter him here at the depths of the sea, with this current appearance of his. Abruptly, Chen Feng looked at those honest-looking villagers. Beneath those bizarre shapes, there was some semblance to the faces he had once seen accidentally. Even the number of people here matched what he'd read. You all. The expressions of Chen Feng and Xf changed greatly. It was them. They were all the escaped criminals from that battle 10 years ago. Danger. Instinctively, Chen Feng's nerves tensed. His luck aura fully activated. He was dripping wet with sweat. However, very soon, he regained his calm. If this person truly intended to kill them, it would simply be impossible for them to survive anyway. Moreover, this was at the depths of the frozen sea. Even if they wanted to flee, there was no way out for them. You, Chen Feng inhaled before continuing. How are you all here? A smile appeared on Gali's face. You are actually not afraid of us? Chen Feng shrugged as he fully calmed down. What's the point of being scared? Very good. Since that's the case, we can now continue our discussion, Gali stated calmly. If we couldn't even communicate properly, I would have no choice but to kill you. Chen Feng. Gali gave a rough introduction of the situation of their village. In fact, it was nearly the same as Chen Feng's guess. Back then, they were being hunted before they falling into the frozen sea. After using a certain unique method, they had managed to survive by fluke and had stayed here ever since. Chen Feng looked at the magical power separating the frozen sea's water from the village. Those defensive barriers. That's something made by a brother of ours, Gali said in a low voice. His name is Baixi. Back then, he was a defensive barrier producer at a seafood market. All those prawns, crabs, and frogs were things that would be wrapped within his defensive barrier. With his genetic ability, he is able to produce a layer of defensive barrier to preserve everything. Subsequently, we discovered his existence and invited him into our team. His ability is extremely powerful. I can see that. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. What a joke. Would a person capable of isolating the frozen sea be weak? No wonder this place is called Barrier Village. So that's the reason. With such an ability, if back then you all had chosen to work together with the Genetic Union, Chen Feng's heart throbbed. It was truly quite a pity. If such an ability was used to work with those experts of the Genetic Union, they could definitely achieve a lot of things. It was definitely sufficient for Gali's group to atone for their crimes by their contributions. That would be impossible. Gali's eyes were ice cold. Even if we have no intention of being an enemy of the Genetic Unions, we will never forgive him. We lost too many people during the battle back then. Chi-Chi, Xiaoyin, Afu. Guel's eyes appeared empty as he said this. All their close relatives had been killed during that battle. This was a blood grudge. If we had not found out that it had happened due to the Genetic Union being deceived. Gali's eyes seethed with killing intent. As they were A-class experts, if they really had wanted to stir things up, it wouldn't have been too difficult for them. Deceived. Genetic Union. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Could it be? That's right. We were all accused wrongly, Gali said hatefully. The expressions of Chen Feng and Xf changed greatly. That was truly a gargantuan miscarriage of justice. They had been fugitives for 10 whole years. What had actually happened back then? Gali sighed. Back then, when we were in the middle of a mission, we suddenly lost consciousness. By the time we woke up, our bodies had already been seriously injured and we'd become criminals for no apparent reason. The Genetic Union was pursuing us, and some unknown enemies were hunting us down as well. The only thing we could do was flee without stop. Finally, We were thrown into this sea by that mysterious person. Mysterious person. Chen Feng contemplated. That's right. That person. Hatred appeared in Gali's eyes. Was the one instigating the whole thing. Chen Feng was curious. You guys didn't go after him for revenge? Even if they were seriously injured and unable to defeat the enemy back then, after they recovered. At that, Gali's expression became odd before he finally sighed. The hatred seething out of him at this moment transformed into a sense of helplessness. We can't defeat him. What? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Can't defeat him? Are you kidding me? There are so many A-class and B-class genetic warriors here. That mysterious person. Gali shook his head. Back then, when we were on a mission, we encountered a mysterious person. This person's code name was Soul, a person that possessed an extremely powerful mind control ability. He might have been related to our mission. As such, when our investigation led us to him, we might have been temporarily mind-controlled by him, which ultimately led to everything that happened after. Soul, mysterious person, A-class mind controller. Shocking words rolled off of Gali's tongue without stop. There were actually so many hidden secrets from that major incident 10 years ago. As for that mysterious person, he was truly astonishingly powerful. For him to be able to control so many A-class experts, what kind of power had he used? We investigated for 10 whole years. We have also trained for 10 whole years. However, we are still not his match. Gali sighed. Hence, we can only hide here. One day, when we finally have the means of killing him, we can prove our innocence. Only then can we avenge our brothers. Around them, beneath the calm expressions of the villagers, an obvious fluctuation in their emotions could be seen at this moment. There were certain memories that even 10 years worth of time would not be able to erase. How about this village's condition? Chen Feng looked at the ruins outside the barrier that might dissipate into nothingness at any moment. If it was as Gali had said, how could such a thing have happened for no reason? Baikuzi is dead. Gali inhaled deeply as killing intent seethed out of his eyes. Not long ago, when he was defending the defensive barrier, he was killed by that old tortoise that had appeared out of nowhere. After that, the area of Barrier Village started shrinking. This is even more so with the unceasing attacks on the barrier by that damnable old tortoise. Gali was furious. If it wasn't for the frozen sea, or if Little Zhu was still alive, a mere B-class tortoise like that, I could tear it apart with one hand. Instantly, Chen Feng understood the issue. The one they all relied on in this frozen sea, Baikuzi, was dead. Hence, regardless of how strong they were, they would not be able to make use of that strength. Even if this tortoise was far weaker than them, the moment the barrier cracked and the seawater started pouring in, they would die. I hope your energy is useful to us. Galil looked at Chen Feng. He did not have too great an urge to kill Chen Feng, since they would all die here anyway if his energy proved ineffective. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Understood. Glang, glang. Clanking sounds resounded without stop. That tortoise was once again knocking against the defensive barrier without stop, kicking up a huge ruckus. Along with the knocking, the barrier started dimming. Chen Feng had a serious expression in his eyes. If this continued, the barrier would not last more than 7 days. Not much time was left for them. Within 7 days, he had to look for a way to solve this. Energy submarine? It would be useless in this situation. True, it would be useful against the frozen sea's life forms. But that old tortoise did not even need to spend much effort to break his purple energy. Next, they would all be dissolved by the seawater. That was the scariest prospect. Regardless of whether Gali was saying the truth or not, he had to protect this village. Even if he were to do that for himself. What if I were to use myriad illusions to imitate the power of the defensive barrier, or to inject the energy into the existing barrier? Chen Feng contemplated. Doing all these would not pose much problem for him. However, this would only succeed if they first stopped that old tortoise from attacking the barrier without stop. Furthermore, if Chen Feng and Xif wanted to leave here, there was no way for them to avoid facing that old tortoise either. If so, things became much simpler to solve. Kill it. Chen Feng's gaze was filled with viciousness. Since the target had now been determined, the rest would be easy to deal with. First, Chen Feng tried using the energy of Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade to replenish the barrier's energy exhaustion. Under the amazed gazes of Gali and the rest, he succeeded. It was feasible. As long as this layer of barrier remained, Chen Feng only needed to constantly pour energy into it to protect this place. Next, it was time to deal with that damnable tortoise. After killing it, the village would no longer have any worries. Chen Feng and Xif would also be able to leave here smoothly without any worries that this tortoise would ambush them. Soon, they reached a unanimous decision. One person walked out and said, "We have some information about that tortoise." Even if they were incapable of killing the tortoise within this frozen sea, they had still nevertheless managed to come out with some rough information pertaining to that tortoise's strength after all this while. Giant Tortoise. Class B. Ability 1. Incredibly powerful concealment ability. If it wanted to hide itself, even an A-class would be hard-pressed to find it. Ability 2. Incredibly powerful self-healing ability. If one wanted to kill it, one had to kill it speedily, or else its injuries would heal within a short period of time. It was an astonishing ability. Ability 3. Incredibly long lifespan. With its unique bloodline, it possessed a long lifespan. Ability 4. Incredibly powerful defense. With the existence of its shell, its defensive power was excessively powerful, reaching the point where it could even defend against an A-class attack. Its immunity to the frozen sea's power might be related to this defensive ability as well. Ability 5. Unknown. Hiss. Xif inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was truly quite a scary set of information, even more so now that they were facing this tortoise in the frozen sea. What all this meant was that they would only have a single attacking chance. Moreover, they needed to guarantee a high-speed kill, otherwise they would simply be exhausted to death by that tortoise despite the fact that Chen Feng would be able to replenish the energy of the barrier. Even if the barrier remained intact, it would still crumble from mere energy exhaustion. This was a tortoise with extreme durability they were facing. Glee frowned. That unknown ability will be the most troublesome issue. Chen Feng thought about it before saying, "I have a little information pertaining to that. Life and death domain. By using its lifespan or time as the price, it can create an extremely powerful life and death domain to drag everyone into an illusion!" Everyone else widened their eyes. Life and death domain? A skill activated by paying lifespan or time as the price? If that was true, this illusion would definitely be a terrifying one. Glee was astonished. "You've encountered it before?" I've encountered it before. Previously, this tortoise had escaped after being injured by an A-class. Prior to fleeing, it had used this very ability. Back then, I was dragged into the illusion as well. If I am correct, this ability will strengthen against stronger opponents and weaken against weaker opponents. The moment one fails to overcome the illusion with their strength, Chen Feng said with a low voice. Everyone sunk into a solemn mood. Chen Feng proceeded to describe to them what he'd encountered back then. It was very probable that the difficulty of this illusion was directly related to one's level. In other words, if one were an E-class, one would be met with an illusion at the difficulty of peak E-class. If one were a C-class, a peak C-class difficulty would be the waiting. If one was a newly advanced B-class and encountered a peak B-class illusion, it was very probable for one to die inside. Naturally, for such a bizarre illusion, even if it failed to kill, it would be able to interrupt the opponents, giving the tortoise plenty of time to escape. Everyone's mouths were left hanging. If that was the case, how were they supposed to fight it? Even if the extremely powerful defense and healing abilities were ignored, even if the fact that the only way to deal with it was by killing it speedily was ignored, it still had such a powerful ability as its trump card. They simply stood no chance. This was the frozen sea. The instant the tortoise escaped after being injured, it would be able to easily conceal itself. They would no longer be able to locate it. And the next time it appeared, it would be wary against them. At that time, everyone here would be in extreme danger. Chen Feng looked at the distant giant tortoise. "It's not on guard yet, since it still believes that we can only passively defend here. Therefore, there's only one way to do it. Insta-kill." Everyone's heart trembled. Insta-kill. Insta-killing a tortoise capable of defending against an A-class attack within this frozen sea. Was that possible? Glee smiled bitterly. "There's no way for us to make our move. If they were able to move freely here, would they be in so much trouble?" This was the frozen sea. With that tortoise refusing to enter their village, all types of energy sent its way would simply be dissolved by the frozen sea. Hence, they simply had no means of attacking. This was also the main reason this giant tortoise could act so rampantly. What if A portion of the frozen sea here were to lose its effectiveness, Chen Feng said suddenly. Oh, everyone's eyes shone. A vicious expression appeared on Gali's face. If that's the case, our next meal will be a roasted tortoise. Time passed quietly. Currently, 7 days had passed since they first arrived here. Chen Feng had been focusing on researching the ways to protect the barrier while the barrier itself was shrinking without stop under the giant tortoise's relentless attacks. A subdued mumble echoed amidst the sea. It's nearly here. Bang! With a loud sound, that barrier shattered abruptly. The village was now laid bare. Light shined out of the giant tortoise's eyes. It had been waiting way too long for this. However, it seemed to be aware that the villagers there were quite terrifying existences, so even after the barrier shattered, it only moved forward together with the gushing seawater. Bang, bang. It charged forth together with the gushing seawater. Bang. The seawater flooded the whole village. Shwa, shwa. Countless items dissolved. However, at a certain spot within the village, a smaller defensive barrier akin to a small house formed by the purple energy could be seen. All the villagers were protected within. It was somewhat cramped, though. Howl. The giant tortoise howled proudly. This is the defensive barrier of that little guy. What's the point? Glang. It smashed into the barrier. Instantly, the whole purple barrier crumbled apart. Seawater swept into it. Surprisingly, although the humans there were all submerged within the seawater, they suffered no damage. Suddenly, the giant tortoise had a bad feeling. As it turned its gigantic body around, its soul almost left its body from the shock. There, a larger barrier had appeared noiselessly. The barrier that had been protecting the whole village all this while had once again reappeared, blocking the seawater. This was a 2-barrier setup, one inner barrier and one outer barrier. Unfortunately for that giant tortoise, it was trapped between both barriers. The village was still submerged within the seawater. However, as it was now separated from the main body of water, it had lost its dissolving power. Now, this was merely ordinary seawater. Howl. The giant tortoise bellowed and charged outward frantically. Gali's eyes were filled with viciousness. Die. Escaping? Since they had taken so long to make preparations, how was it possible for them to allow it to escape? Powerful defense? Before them, that powerful defense was nothing. The giant tortoise merely required a single second to leave this village. However, at this instant, the 3 strongest experts of the village, 3 A-class warriors, made their moves at the same time. Destroy! Gali shouted coldly. As his attack landed, the defensive shell the tortoise was so proud of immediately shattered. Horrified, the tortoise released its strongest ability without hesitation. Extinguish. The other A-class expert Gojia waved his hand indifferently. Bang. Light swirled around. The powerful illusion released by the giant tortoise was destroyed instantly. This was the power of an A-class expert. Regardless of how powerful one's B-class trump card was, it was merely a joke before a well-prepared A-class expert who was attacking with full power. The final A-class expert, CE, pointed coldly. Die. At that, a huge pitch-black hand appeared and started crushing the internal organs of the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's body started twitching as its soul collapsed. It did not even last a single second before dying in the hands of these A-class experts. The giant tortoise started spitting human language out of its mouth. It had never expected itself to die here. We shall die together then. The giant tortoise howled. Bang. Suddenly, a bizarre light explosion appeared. Careful. Everyone's heart leapt. Without the slightest hesitation, Gali released his strongest defense to block the light explosion. However, that bizarre radiance was able to easily take a detour around the erected defense and charged toward them. Shwa. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Danger. Everyone was sweating profusely. They had finally gotten a clear look at what that bizarre radiance was. Astonishingly, that was actually the blood of that tortoise. Bang! The tortoise blood started dispersing. Instantly, all the seawater in the changed color. Even the defense erected by Gali was incapable of defending against it. Gojia was anxious. Quick! Move the water out. However, it was too late. 2 people had died on the spot. It was at this moment that a terrifying gust of power erupted. Bang! Along with the eruption, a flame was ignited. It was Xuf. He started punching out. At this instant, his terrifying raging flame fist unleashed an extremely formidable power, evaporating all the water there. Bang, bang, bailing in flame like an unequaled war god. Xuf roared, leave. Shwa, shwa. Everyone else left hastily, reaching the zone that was cleared of seawater. The seawater here was already in odd existence before. Now that it had been polluted by the tortoise's blood, it had become even more bizarre. None of them dared to touch it. As such, allowing Xif to evaporate the water was the most optimal choice. Hum, hum. The flame raged. Gradually, the seawater within the barrier dried up. However, outside of everyone's expectations, the evaporated blood merely had its form changed. It still existed in a different form as some sort of gaseous substance. In this new form, the blood hid within the final puddle of seawater, and at the final moment before the last drop of seawater was evaporated, they charged out. Be careful. Everyone's heart leapt. Ah! Xif turned around blankly. Xu. A green radiance representing the tortoise blood that had transformed into a gaseous substance bloomed and gushed into Xif's body. Ah! At that, Xif's body stiffened and he slumped down onto the ground. Xif. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Gali and the rest rushed over as well. All the tortoise blood and seawater within the barrier had been cleared. This was Xif's contribution. To be frank, he was the one who had saved everyone here. A genetic warrior that specialized in healing walked out. Let me. Xif's body was turning green at an extremely fast speed. However, due to the burning flame within his body, this speed was much slower than it was supposed to be. That person's expression was unsightly. He won't be able to last too long. Hum. Green light flickered on Xif's body. Almost all the tortoise's blood went into his body. Currently, he's using his flame to refine the blood. However, that person shook his head. The disparity in their strength was simply too great. What was Xif's level? D class. On the other hand, that tortoise was B class. Now that all the blood it had released before death was within Xif's body, how could Xif resist against it? Chen Feng's eyes started flickering. Not necessarily so. Shwa. Luck aura, full activation. This time, he was going to use his luck aura to help Xif out of his current plight. Regardless of how minuscule the probability of that succeeding, he was still going to try. Hum. Flame started raging and his luck value started dropping rapidly. 10 points. 20 points. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Since the luck value was dropping, it meant his luck aura was truly working on Xif. At the same moment, he received the feedback from luck aura as well. 10 points of luck value per second to ensure Xif's temporary survival. Half the blood would be used to withstand Xif's flame, while the other half would proceed to destroy Xif's body. This was the maximum luck aura could achieve with this, by reducing the extent of the erosion done to Xif's body by the blood. However, even with this, it had only slowed the eventual death of Xif. Chen Feng looked at them. I can only help him last longer. Do you guys have any other means of saving him? They were A-class genetic warriors. Let me. Gojia walked out. If he had been instantly killed, I truly wouldn't be able to do much. However, since you can help him last longer, things become easy to deal with. Shwa. He pressed one hand on Xif's body. Bang. Abruptly, a terrifying power gushed into Xif's body. The flame within Xif's body that was only capable of resisting the tortoise's blood with great difficulty started raging. Next, it started taking the initiative to look for the tortoise blood and counterattack. Here it comes. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. The tortoise's blood was too powerful. If all the blood concentrated on either Xif's flame or Xif's body, they could easily destroy whatever their choice of target. However, under the luck aura's effect, the blood maintained the balance and dealt with both Xif's flame and body at the same time. The speed at which Xif's body turned green was reducing while the refining done on the tortoise's blood increased in intensity. Soon, Xif's body stopped changing. Moreover, his body was gradually recovering its original color as he flushed red with the color of blood. Chen Feng's eyes shone. It succeeded. The refined tortoise blood started blending with Xif's body and started healing the damage done to him earlier. Next, his body recovered its warmth. Bang, bang. Flame started igniting around Xif's body. Now he no longer required their assistance. The power around and within Xif had formed a complete circulation route to operate independently. Xif was saved from his imminent death. Thump, thump. His heart started beating once again. However, this was nevertheless still the blood of a tortoise. Nowadays, due to the existences of genetic abilities, the blood of life forms such as that tortoise contained extreme power within. The stronger the life form was, the stronger the blood would be. This was apparent from the fact that the blood continued to exist even after being evaporated. A tortoise's blood was extremely powerful. As for this particular giant tortoise that had been alive for God knows how many years, its blood was even more powerful. Moreover, this was also a tortoise at B class that was capable of battling against those of a higher class, and its blood was full of vitality. Within the blood that had turned into a gaseous substance before invading Xf, how much power was contained? No one knew the answer to that. Hopefully nothing bad will happen, Gali and the rest muttered. Unfortunately, something was indeed happening. Xf's body started reddening to the point where the color now looked abnormal. Their hearts throbbed. Something is going to happen. Previously, he had almost died from the attack of the tortoise's blood. Now that they had successfully saved him from his death, Xf was dying once again, dying from overnutrition due to the tortoise's blood being too powerful for Xf to absorb. This. Chen Feng was speechless. Luck aura? He tried activating it. However, the luck aura refused to work this time around. Gali and the rest were somewhat dumbstruck as well. If Xf lacked spiritual energy or something else, they could supply him some. But in a situation where the power contained within Xf's body was too great, what should they do? They started exchanging glances. Oh, Xf groaned painfully. Everyone else was unable to find a solution. Could it be that they had to watch on like this as this guy here died from an oversupply of power? Giant tortoise's power. Chen Feng thought slightly before saying, since the giant tortoise was able to be immune to the power contained within the frozen sea, perhaps the power raging within him can be slowed down by tossing him out to the sea? Everyone's eyes shone. Good idea. First, they tried inserting one of Xf's hands into the frozen sea. Noiselessly, his right hand was dissolved. However, due to that bizarre tortoise's power within his body, Xf's body was regrowing. After regrowing, the speed in which the hand dissolved in the sea had evidently slowed. Clearly, the power of the giant tortoise that was trapped within Xf's body was being exhausted. It's feasible. They were pleasantly surprised. Bang! Next, Xf was directly tossed into the sea. At that, the frozen sea's power was displayed. Xf's body started dissolving before regrowing without stop. Every time his body was regrown, the time in which his body survived before dissolving increased. Resistance. His body was actually developing a resistance against the frozen sea. The giant tortoise's power was being exhausted without stop as well. However, astonishing everyone there, even after Xf's body completed the regrowing process and became completely immune to the seawater, the tortoise's power was still not completely exhausted. Everyone lamented. Such a terrifying power. This tortoise's combat power was truly not particularly powerful. However, its age was most probably much older than they had guessed, since such a terrifying amount of power had been stored within its body. Bang! Bang! The terrifying power roared within Xf's body. He was completely submerged within the frozen sea, yet he was completely immune to the sea. Xf yelled as he charged into the depths of the frozen sea. Gali nodded. It might be a good idea to let him vent off a bit there. True, Gojia agreed. At the extreme end of the frozen sea, there's a certain species of eel. Its mouth is like a jade, smooth as. Gojia started his elaboration. Chen Feng had a dumbstruck expression. After a long time, Xf returned with a refreshed expression on his face. As for what he had done at the extreme end of the frozen sea, he did not say much about it. However, Chen Feng could clearly see that beneath that somewhat awkward expression of Xf's, a refreshed expression was hidden. Gojia and the rest gave him a knowing smile. Chen Feng. At this moment, he was truly wondering how these old men here had spent their time all these years. Near the frozen sea's surface, the people from Genetic Union were all sweating profusely. All the devices in front of them were operating crazily. Earlier, an unmanned submarine had been sent underwater. They were looking for the whereabouts of Chen Feng and Xf. So far, nothing had been found. Navigating based on the previous data sent to them by Chen Feng and Xf, they had been able to avoid encountering those dreadful monsters, and for the first time, they'd entered the deepest region of the frozen sea, the final 5% of their map. However, a split second after they'd entered that place, all the monitoring screens had darkened. Their submarine seemed to have been hit with some monumental force and instantly crumbled apart, without a dust remain of the submarine. Something dreadful seemed to exist down there. Someone sighed. They are probably dead. Their plan to open up the frozen sea tundra for humanity had still concluded with a failure. Since they couldn't figure out what dreadful thing existed down there, they did not dare to build a camp here. This was a matter of principle. Let's give up on this project. They felt regretful. This was already the fifth submarine they'd sent down there. The previous submarines had all been destroyed before even reaching the deepest region of the frozen sea. This time around, they were already pushing their limits. Even with the assistance of Chen Feng's data, this was as much as they could accomplish. The person in charge looked at the icy blue ocean as he sighed. I hereby declare that this frozen sea tundra development plan, Chen Feng, XUF, dead. Project failed. However, right at this moment, all their devices started operating crazily. Those darkened screens once again started flickering with images. Another submarine is going down? The expression of some of them changed. The technician was in ecstasy. No, we have suddenly re-established connection with a certain device of ours underwater. What? Everyone else was overjoyed and gathered together to take a look at the screen. Currently, within the depths of the frozen sea, a huge tortoise shell was drifting around. That was the only remaining part of the huge tortoise. On it, cracks that were left behind on it by Gali's attack could be seen. Gali was certain this thing has extremely powerful defense. Perhaps it might be extremely valuable. Take it back. Gojia told XUF to retrieve the shell from the sea. However, at this instant, an indescribable power abruptly dispersed out of the tortoise shell. Astonishingly, that powerful yet mysterious tortoise shell, at this instant, turned to ash! Everyone was shocked. With a faint flicker, the frozen sea regained its tranquility. Chen Feng's heart sunk into a solemn mood. There's a problem somewhere. Suddenly, he recalled the nameplate the tortoise had previously had on it, the nameplate with Duma on it. No matter what, it was unlikely the giant tortoise had carved a nameplate for itself. Behind it might be an even more terrifying existence. Chen Feng was on guard. We must leave here. Now that the giant tortoise was already dead, there was no point in them staying here. The people from the Genetic Union were most probably extremely anxious currently. Perhaps they had already announced his death. If he was to return later, he might even be able to attend his own funeral this time. He started persuading Gali's group. Surprisingly, though, they refused to leave. Chen Feng had an odd feeling. Why? With our current appearance? Gali shook his head. In order to ensure our survival down here, in order to seek more power for revenge. We don't even look human anymore. There's no point in us returning. We have all fused with the life forms within this frozen sea. Perhaps we will even be able to adapt to the sea water here soon and have our strength increased. Only then will we leave here for our revenge. Gali had a solemn expression. Their current strength was far from sufficient. Chen Feng felt fearful. That person is really so powerful? Yes, Gali deeply believed that. Finishing, he took out a 20 centimeters long figurine of a young lady. This is for you. Figurine? XUF was amazed. It is unexpected that this senior is quite a nerd. Gali stared at XUF with an ugly expression. Don't you know that if you continue talking in such a manner, you will end up beaten to death? There's nothing weird with having a figurine, Chen Feng said earnestly. In my hometown, there's a guy called Qin Shuang who is truly a crazy figurine collector. He enjoyed collecting them and, moreover, he had several huge holes dug just to keep this figurine collection of his. 1. Gali. This is not a figurine. Gali rubbed his head before continuing sternly. 10 years ago, that mission we were investigating was related to this thing here. This is also the only clue we obtained. You can deliver this to the Genetic Union. They might be able to get some clues from this. All right. Chen Feng nodded slightly. How about the matter regarding freezing over this whole piece of sea? He had not forgotten his mission. Their goal was to freeze the whole piece of sea. Just proceed. Gali nodded. Sealing the sea could avoid other alien life forms such as this giant tortoise coming in the future. Sealing the sea would benefit them as well. Finally, Chen Feng was relieved. Good then. Remember, if you see someone with a nodstone embedded in his forehead, regardless of the time or venue, you must flee. Flee as far as you can. Gali had a solemn expression. Oddstone in his forehead. It's the guy called Soul? Understood. Chen Feng engraved this into his brain. After bidding their farewells, they departed. The purple submarine sliced apart the seawater as it traveled forth and vanished from their line of view. The frozen sea was now completely explored. This place was an inland sea similar to the ice river previously. Despite its huge size, With Chen Feng's efforts and the modern technology that was able to explore this place at an extremely high speed, this exploration had finally been completed. As of now, there were no longer any unknown factors residing here at this place. Mission completed. Chen Feng and Xif returned smoothly. At a certain location where clouds drifted around, a middle-aged man walked out from the void. Suddenly, he stopped his steps as his bizarre gaze was fixed toward a certain direction, focusing on a location that was extremely far away from his current location. That was the location of the frozen sea. Master's pet is dead? He was somewhat amazed. That fellow's strength was quite ordinary, and it had quite an ugly appearance. However, due to its long lifespan, it was still extremely loved by his master. It had actually died? Let me take a look. The middle-aged man's eyes enlarged. A terrifying power erupted as a mental power that was unimaginably powerful bloomed. Shwa. The mental power charged straight into the heavens. Currently, within the purple submarine, Chen Feng was recovering his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the young lady figurine in his hands felt scarily hot. At that instant, a gust of bizarre power seemed to flash through them. Chen Feng was curious. What's up? This thing. He stared at the young lady figurine in his hands. This was a typical anime-style pretty girl with its lengthy beautiful hair, a mini skirt, and a big pair of eyes. Such a person would definitely not exist in real life. Once again, he rubbed the figurine. The temperature of the figurine seemed to have recovered. Chen Feng frowned. Weird. Currently, that middle-aged man high above the sky had just finished with his investigation. However, surprising him, he had failed to see anything. How is this possible? He frowned. With the current strength of his mental power, even an A-class expert would not be able to avoid his detection. There had to be some issue with the death of his master's pet. After I'm done with this, I'm afraid I will have to take a trip over to the frozen sea, he said calmly. Presently, he had his own affairs to handle. As such, he would not be able to leave. Shwa. With a flicker, his silhouette vanished. If someone else was there, they would have been astonished to find that, on this person's forehead, a green-colored diamond seemed to be glinting, akin to a star in the sky. Within the submarine, Xif was staring blankly into a mirror with a longing expression. My hair. Xif's heart ached. He had spent several months curing his scalp from the damage done by Chen Feng's lily. Once again, his hair had been growing. Unexpectedly, it had only lasted several days before once again being burned clean. On top of that, he looked at his now bare brow. Currently, his whole head simply looked like a huge soy egg. Xif started raging. I'm effing bald again. Chen Feng comforted him. Don't worry. Indeed, you are bald again. But your strength had increased as well. Xif. Why did it felt like Chen Feng was currently taking joy in this calamity of his? At the genetic union, the news of the disappearance of Chen Feng and Xif had been spreading for several days now. Along with the passing of time, their deaths were almost confirmed, together with the fact of their failure in the frozen sea tundra development plan. A lot of people had also popped out due to his issue. Did I not say back then that we shouldn't have attempted to develop the frozen sea tundra? Yeah, the current size of human-developed territory in the mainland is already sufficient. For those unknown regions, we will naturally be able to easily develop them when our strength reaches that point. What's the point in taking a risk now? What can a producer do? Some even sneered coldly. A huge amount of criticism emerged. These were those who had been against the development project since the beginning. They were the conservative faction in the genetic union. They believed that, without any dangers or situations that deemed it necessary for any change to arise, nothing should be changed at all. Unfortunately, just as they finished their preparations and were planning to suppress those so-called pioneers in the Union, a new update was received. Chen Feng had returned. What? Everyone widened their eyes. Returned? That producer who had gone missing for several days within the frozen sea had returned? Shwa. At exactly 3 in the evening, Chen Feng formally returned to the Union, along with Xif. His return also brought a perfect report to them. At the depths of the frozen sea, there was an extremely powerful giant tortoise. However, they had already killed the tortoise. From here on, there was no longer anything they needed to worry about at the frozen sea. Shwa. This caused an uproar. They did not doubt Chen Feng's words. That was because, if there were truly any other dangers at such a place, it was simply impossible for Chen Feng and Xif to have returned alive. Then, the sealing of the frozen sea shall officially begin. The emotions of countless people surged. Furthermore, There were live streams of this on the internet. At the final phase of the sealing project, a layer of wall that was made from the same material of their submarines was used to cover the whole sea surface. Underneath the wall were countless dense, flickering purple lights. These served as a warning, telling the life forms of the frozen sea that this would be as far as they'd go. This was put in place despite how rare it was for the frozen sea's life forms to actually venture out of the sea. Next, the experts of the Genetic Union made their move. After the whole frozen sea had been covered by that layer of wall, a huge deluge of water was rained down on it before an extremely cold temperature descended as well, turning the whole frozen sea into a huge glacier. Shortly after, the ice tundra and the frozen sea were successfully joined. Now this was a brand new land of adventures. Within were countless mysterious gigantic life forms. It was estimated that this place would soon become a paradise of adventurers. The tier assigned for this place was B class, as those in A class were too strong and would be able to easily crush the newly created glacier. Their entry was restricted. This was to avoid what had happened during Wang Yao's battle with Liu Hao and the rest back then. This was how restriction of entry for those of different classes into different areas of exploration came about. As of now, the Frozen Sea Tundra development plan was formally completed. The size of the humans' territory on this planet had once again increased slightly. Currently, Chen Feng and Xif were already back at the Genetic Union. As they had completed the mission flawlessly, they would be receiving generous rewards from the Union. Chen Feng had been anticipating this for way too long. At the center of the Genetic Union, countless people were witnessing the triumphant return of these two. They were also anticipating finding out what their rewards would be. Soon, the rewards were announced. Due to Xif's huge contribution, an exception was made for him and he was allowed to join the headquarters of the Genetic Union, becoming a true member of the Genetic Union. Not bad. Everyone nodded slightly. For someone who had originally been an ordinary employee, a temporary worker, even, this could be considered the best reward for Xif. The act of him becoming an official member of the Genetic Union was in itself an unimaginably generous reward. One had to know that the rewards awarded by the Genetic Union for the class certifications of their members and the rewards for the future missions he could undertake as their official member would be extremely generous. Xif was beaming so much he couldn't even close his mouth. Many thanks. As for Chen Feng, the person in charge of handing out the rewards paused before saying, based on our discussion with the people from the association, we have decided to let you select your own reward. Oh? Chen Feng's eyes shone. The person in charge indifferently said, first option, based on our current understanding, you are currently at D class, with your main attribute at 6,000 points. We at the Genetic Union can grant you perfect protection up until you reach C class. All the required resources and even the fusion gene reagent will be provided by us. Bang! The hearts of everyone else trembled. What a terrifying reward. To directly increase one whole class for him. This was something no amount of resources could compare with. A perfect promotion into C class was the biggest reward the Genetic Union could grant him. How about the second option? Chen Feng was shaken as well. From this alone, it was obvious that the Genetic Union would not be holding back in their rewards. The second option. The person in charge paused before continuing. We make an exception for you and allow you to join the Genetic Union. AI? Everyone else obviously blanked momentarily at that. Entering the Genetic Union? Wait. Wasn't Chen Feng someone from the Gene Production Association? How was this a reward? This was obviously poaching. Wait. No, he was saying make an exception. Could it be? Chen Feng's eyes shone. That's right. A smile appeared on the person in charge's mouth. Due to the unique strength you possess, you can coexist in both organizations. Hiss. Everyone else inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. In other words, Chen Feng could enter both the Gene Production Association and the Genetic Union at the same time. Regardless of which of these two someone joined, the treatments accorded to their co-members were extremely generous. Now, Chen Feng was able to become a co-member of both organizations. 2 sets of benefits and access to all their missions. On top of that, all the unique rewards for special occasions, such as Genetic Warriors class certification rewards, would be available for him. Next though, everyone started frowning. This reward indeed appeared flawless. However, How many of the genetic union's rewards could Chen Feng actually get? One could not forget that Chen Feng was a producer in essence. As for the rewards of the genetic union, all of them would be something one could only obtain through combat-related activities, even for one of their lowest-ranked certifications. For example, a D-class certification, the genetic union's requirement would also be an absolute combat power. This was something unreachable for Chen Feng. It might very well be possible that the act of Chen Feng joining their headquarters would gain him nothing apart from fame and access to the missions of the genetic union. That was all he would gain. This reward that seemed so flawless was in fact not too reliable. Comparatively, the guaranteed entry into C-class by the genetic union would be a reward of substance. They started whispering to each other. What will Chen Feng choose? No idea. Chen Feng was thinking about it without stop as well. Have you decided? The person in charge asked calmly. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Yes, I want to join the genetic union. Everyone else was in an uproar, while Chen Feng's expression was unprecedentedly resolute. This decision was made after thorough consideration by him. As far as he was concerned, C-class was not a problem. It was something he could reach merely by working hard for a period of time. The help provided by the genetic union might not necessarily guarantee a faster advancement speed compared to his own advancement methods. Rather, those certification rewards he could collect after joining. He seemed to remember that the Gene Production Association had generous rewards for their members. For example, the peril rebirth for their master producers. If so, as the strongest organization of genetic warriors in this world, would the genetic union be holding back when rewarding their members? Obviously not. If so, Chen Feng's eyes shone. He was truly anticipating it. He believed that, as long as he completed the certifications of the genetic union, the rewards he stood to gain would definitely not be lacking even when compared with the guaranteed advancement into C-class they had offered him. However, before doing all this, there was still one more thing Chen Feng needed to do. Clear City. Presently, this city was illuminated by the radiance of the sun while the citizens there were already getting started with their busy daily life activities. At the intensive care unit in the hospital of the city, an old man was resting on a bed. Beside him, a beautiful lady was carefully taking care of him. She was slicing the fruits into small pieces before feeding them to the old man. Beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead. Take a rest, little minutes. The old man smiled as he said, "Don't worry about it, father." The young lady wiped the beads of sweat before continuing. "The doctor says that you can be discharged from the hospital soon. After you rest for a period of time, your genes that are in necrosis will be restored." The old man listened. Good, good. At the same time, on a hospital bed near them, a young man was taking in this harmonious sight of a father and daughter. This sight moved him. The sight of that kind young lady moved him even more. This started 1 month before, when he had accidentally encountered this father and daughter pair. From that moment onward, he had been deeply attracted to this young lady. She was kind and gentle and was incredibly beautiful on top of that. Wasn't this the very young lady that he had been waiting for all this while? Little Minutes. Mu Yuan had fallen in love. At least, this Little Minutes was much better than that bunny girl. As such, for this young lady, for an accidental light injury he'd suffered during gene production that was supposed to have taken only a short time to heal, he had insisted on staying in this hospital for 1 whole month. Mu Yuan planned. They will be leaving the hospital soon, MHM. At that time, I can leave together and take the opportunity to get to know her. If he were to hit on the girl beside her sick father, he would probably be beaten to death. Tomorrow, when they left the hospital, it would be more proper for him to hit on the young lady. After great difficulty, he had finally walked out of the shadow cast on him by that bunny girl. This time, he was truly seriously in love. He knew that he did not possess the crazy qualifications Chen Feng possessed. Despite that, it still wouldn't be a bad option to find a lovable lady to accompany him as he started an ordinary life. At the same time, an ironclad reached its station. Chen Feng had arrived at Clear City as well. Before he started focusing on the affairs pertaining to the genetic union, he had one thing to do. He had to give some care to family members of Gali's dead wife. This was the only request Gali had made of him. Due to Gali's valiant strength back then, he had gotten himself an 18-year-old young lady as his wife. Unexpectedly, shortly after their marriage, that incident had happened. The young lady had come from a single-parent family. Apart from the single parent, She only had a younger brother that was around 7 or 8 years younger than her. Geli hoped that Chen Feng could give them some help upon returning. Geli had, after all, owed that family too much life. Chen Feng lamented. It has been 10 years. Hopefully, that family is getting by well. He arrived at the address given by Geli. It was located at the shabby older district of the city. Here in this magnificent genetic era, the contrast was even more apparent, as this district looked even shabbier. It seemed like they were surviving on social assistance grants. After all, only an old father and a little kid were left in their family. It was true that Geli owed them a lot. However, just as Chen Feng arrived, he saw a familiar-looking silhouette there. That was Mu Yuan. That's right, he saw Mu Yuan there. Currently, Mu Yuan was carefully holding on to an old man together with a beautiful young lady as he walked over. Mu Yuan raised his head with surprise. Chen Feng. The young lady glanced at Chen Feng with her huge eyes. Your friend? Mu Yuan nodded. The young lady smiled as she said, we will enter the house first. Then, my father needs rest anyway. You talk to your friend first. When you are done, you can come to my house to take a rest. The third unit over there is my home. Mu Yuan nodded. Next, the young lady and the old man slowly walked over to their house. Their house wasn't too far. After only several steps and a turn would they reach it. Chen Feng. Mu Yuan was excited. Why are you here? Doing my friend a favor. Chen Feng had a toying smile on his face. But you, kid, how capable. That young lady, Mu Yuan was feeling proud. A new friend. Today, by helping this young lady and her father home, it was a great opportunity for him to get to know them. He believed that, with his status, he would definitely be able to move the young lady's heart. What place was this? This was the slum housing area. As for him, he was an intermediate gene producer. That, coupled with him being a kind and honest person with a stable career, according to his opinion, there was no problem. No mishaps would happen this time. You need to be careful, Chen Feng said with a toying smile on his face. Your previous bunny girl incident was quite devastating. Don't worry. Mu Yuan was feeling confident. This time around, he had been observing them for 1 whole month. Moreover, that old man frequently had a young lady's baby picture placed on the table. Truly beautiful. Down there. She's definitely a genuine female. Cough cough. That's good. Then, Chen Feng talked to Mu Yuan for a while. However, Mu Yuan was obviously distracted, as his sight kept landing on the direction the young lady had left in. Chen Feng laughed. Go, we can catch up again when we have the time. The emotional Mu Yuan vanished at the corner of the street. Chen Feng shook his head as he laughed. This guy. Forget it. Since he is busy with his love life, I shall not impose on him. It was better for him to focus on looking for Geli's family and helping them out. Sooner or later, Geli would return. At that time, this task he did for Geli would be a huge favor Geli owed him. Regardless of how he looked at it, Chen Feng felt that this would be a task worth doing. After checking the address, Chen Feng walked toward the corner and walked along the street in the shabby-looking district. After taking 2 turns, he saw a shabby-looking house. Third unit, this is it. Ding dong. Chen Feng pressed the doorbell. Surprisingly, Mu Yuan was the one to open the door. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbstruck. Wait. He rechecked the address he had and doubtfully asked, third unit? Mu Yuan was surprised as well. This is the third unit. The house of Miss Chi? Chen Feng asked again. Mu Yuan was startled awake. Shit, you're looking for this family as well? What's up? The young lady stretched her head out behind the door. Mu Yuan gave a hollow laugh before continuing. Let me talk to my friend first. Shwa. He dragged Chen Feng out. Mu Yuan appeared horrified. Damn, brother, you are not here on an assassination mission, right? Chen Feng. The heck, do I look like an executioner? Chen Feng shrugged. This family is related to one of my friends. He told me that their living conditions had been quite bad and told me to give them some help. I will be done after giving them some money to help them out. That's good. Then, Mu Yuan exhaled in relief. He had finally met someone he loved after great difficulty. Once again, the two returned. Chen Feng knocked on the door and the young lady opened the door. After telling her his identity, Chen Feng continued, Senior Gu sent me here to understand the situation here. Shwa. The young lady's expression changed greatly. Senior Gu, he's still alive. She was shaken. Yes, He wanted to let you all know that, in this whole life of his, he had loved only one person. He would not let her down, and he would not let her family down either. As for the blood debt back then, the enemy is still alive. The moment they are confident enough to defeat the enemy, he will definitely return. As she heard this, the young lady sobbed silently. 10 years. They had been waiting to hear this for 10 whole years. After a long time, she finally regained her calm. Coming. She invited Chen Feng in. Next, she looked at Mu Yuan. You wait outside first. Mu Yuan was dumbstruck. Ah? Oh. Chen Feng walked in doubtfully. That was because the information Gali had given him had clearly indicated that his wife Chi only had a little brother and an old father. Apart from this, there were no other family members. This young lady, thump. The heavy sound of footsteps resounded. The old man was coming out. After hearing the sound of activity out here, abruptly, something astonishing happened. The so-called young lady took off her long dress. Beneath the dress was a clean set of short-sleeve cloths and short pants. With some water, she wiped her face and her current appearance vanished, exposing a clean-looking appearance on her face. The long hair on her head was taken off and stuffed into the cabinet beside her. Thump. The old man walked over. Oh, little Lee is back, father. He walked forth. You are finished with your work. The old man sighed. Your older sister just took me back from the hospital. Oh, look at these old bones of mine. Chen Feng was dumbstruck as he saw this. Wait, sister? The guy called Little Lee looked at Chen Feng apologetically. After a long time, when the old man had once again gone into the room to rest, he told Chen Feng the truth. His father had dementia. Coupled with that dried up heart of his body was in quite a bad condition. Presently, he was merely preserving his life with great difficulty. Therefore, he did not dare to provoke his emotions in any way. Moreover, those medicines that were too expensive were out of reach for them. At first, he had lied to his father, telling him that Chi was too busy to return. However, as time had passed, this excuse had become harder to use. As such, in order to clear the doubts in his father's mind, the younger brother had decided to disguise himself as his sister. Finally, it had led to this scene Chen Feng saw today. I quite resemble my sister. Little Lee was somewhat shy as he said this. Many people can't tell us apart. Chen Feng. What a benevolent father and filial son. What a harmonious family. Chen Feng felt somewhat gratified. This lad had truly put his all into taking care of this father of his. After thinking for a bit, Chen Feng transmitted a certain amount of funds over to them. Chen Feng patted Little Lee's shoulder. Move to a better area. This money will be sufficient for the both of you to have a good life. Senior Gu will return one day. Little Lee was grateful. Many thanks. However, currently, there's still one problem. Mu Yuan. Suddenly, Chen Feng started pitying him. What a pitiful guy. Just tactfully reject him then. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. Just pretend that you don't like him and reject him. Don't tell him the truth. Let this pitiful fellow keep at least some of his delusions. Soon, Chen Feng and Mu Yuan left. This time, I will definitely move her heart. Mu Yuan was feeling refreshed. I'm feeling even more confident now that she's a relative of your friend. Chen Feng. Let me tell you, this young lady here is truly kind-hearted. Mu Yuan continued talking about the young lady in detail. He also told Chen Feng how the shadow cast onto his heart by the bunny girl had caused him to only dare to confirm that the young lady was a genuine female after seeing her baby picture. Chen Feng kept silent before asking, what's her name? Chi. What a nice-sounding name. At this moment, Mu Yuan's IQ seemed to linger in the single digits, as he had not noticed anything wrong at all. Finally, Chen Feng understood. Wasn't Chi the name of Gali's dead wife? So the baby picture Mu Yuan saw was Gali's wife. Well, Mu Yuan could be considered to have profited, as he'd gotten the chance to see everything of Gali's wife for free. As for whether he would end up chopped to death by Gali in the future, that was another story. What a pitiful fellow.